Good morning. Please take your seats. Good morning and welcome to the second day of EU Days Lund. For those of you who are not present yesterday, I'd like to give you a brief introduction and also, of course, introduce these gentlemen here up on stage. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson and I'm the moderator, the main moderator for this event. It's the third year in a row that we host the EU Days here in Lund. And it's recorded. So for those of you that are following this event online, hello to you. And please share the recording with people that couldn't make it here today. You can find it on the European Commission's representation in Sweden on their YouTube. So please share the recordings from yesterday and also from today. EU Days Lund is a yearly open forum for dialogue, constructive dialogue. And we need to discuss ideas together concerning the future of Sweden, Europe, and of course how this affects the entire world. But before we dig deeper into this major topic, it's a great task to talk about, of course. Let me introduce Rebel Guitar, who will start us off this morning with music. How can we do it in any better way? So take it away. so much for lifting our spirits. It is a difficult time that we're navigating in, and this year we will focus on societal changes. But before we do this, there is another song for them to play. But I'd like to ask you to introduce yourselves. And I know there's a hand microphone here, because this music deserves a name behind it.
Thank you very much for that. So we are Rebel Guitar Quartet, playing modern classical music for you. What you just heard was a folk piece from Gotland, a Swedish island on the eastern coast. And now you're gonna hear music from Max Richter. Hope you enjoy.
Thank you. Will you grace us with one more piece? Excellent. Thank you. That was absolutely beautiful. Please tell us about the last piece. What was that?
So the last piece was from a Polish pianist called Hania Rani, and which we have reworked for 3 guitars for today. I hope you'll have a fantastic continued day.
Thank you so much, Rebel Guitar. Thank you. Societal challenges is the focus for these 2 EU days. How they affect society, business in Skåne, in Sweden, but also, of course, how we interact and work with the future plans for this fantastic EU that we are part of. And there are 4 focus areas: climate neutral, Sweden by climate neutral EU by 2050, a resilient EU, and also Sweden in the EU. That's the 3rd perspective these 2 days. And Lund Innovation District is also one of the themes during these 2 days. It's organized by the city of Lund, Lund University, and also the Swedish European Commission's representation, and also Europe Direct in Lund. So there are 4 main organizers and a number of other co-organizers setting these 2 fantastic days together. And if you want to share some media in social media, please use the hashtag EU Days Lund with an S in the middle, EU Days Lund, and make sure that you are twittering or whatever you do. It's Xing, maybe you say these days, who knows. So we get some word out what's happening during these 2 days. We offer 2 parallel tracks, as you might have noticed if you were here yesterday. We're in here in Konsertsalen or an amphi across the hallway here. And the restrooms are, well, it's a round building, so it's difficult to say left or right, but some restrooms are this direction, some are that direction, and the fika and the lunch is in 3 different stations outside of here. And the emergency exits, of course, you have taken notice of already. Let's now listen to 2 messages from 2 EU commissioners that we have asked to send messages to the EU Days, and they are pre-recorded, so let's sit back and enjoy. And the first one is from Maros Sefcovic. He is Executive Vice President for European Green Deal, Interinstitutional Relations and Foresight. That's a long title. So let's listen to this commissioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello to all of you at this year's EU Days in Lund. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you via this video message. It gives me the opportunity to highlight our efforts under the European Green Deal to continue our journey towards climate neutrality while bolstering the competitiveness of Europe's industry. Innovative technologies will play a key role in this process and will be pivotal to reaching our net zero target by 2050. They are necessary to decarbonize key sectors like buildings, transport, energy and agriculture, and they are needed to help us adapt to the effects of climate change and enhance our resilience. But innovation needs the right conditions to flourish. An adequate policy and regulatory framework, secure supplies of critical raw materials, a resilient manufacturing base, and, of course, sufficient financing with public funding leveraging private investment. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle in place is a challenge, but one we must overcome if we are to realize our vision for a green, fair, and competitive future for Europe. At EU level, we have been working hard on doing just that, and I want to mention a few of the measures we are putting in place. First, the Net Zero Industry Act has the ambitious goal of reaching up to 40% of the annual deployment needs for strategic net zero technologies manufacturing capacities in the EU by 2030. This includes overcoming barriers to the scale-up of these technologies, increasing the competitiveness of the net zero industrial base, and improving the EU's energy resilience. We will also speed up permitting processes, improve access to markets, enhance skills, and build industrial partnerships. Second, the Critical Raw Materials Act seeks to boost domestic mining, processing and refining capacities of these key resources while working with partners to diversify our external supplies. Third, the EU's emission trading system remains a powerful instrument for driving innovation. Since 2005, it has helped drive down emissions in the power and industry sectors by more than 37%. At the same time, it has raised around 150 billion euros in revenue and has proven that carbon pricing can effectively support decarbonization. In order to take into account that our EU rules are often stricter than those elsewhere, the EU is gradually introducing the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which will address the risk of carbon leakage and ensure that the same price is paid for carbon by manufacturers in the EU and the rest of the world. I also want to stress the importance of the Innovation Fund, one of the world's biggest programs for developing innovative zero and low carbon technologies. These include key decarbonization and future-proof technologies in energy-intensive industry, such as carbon capture, utilization and storage, known as CCUS, innovative renewable energy technologies and energy storage. The recent revision of the ETS directive has increased the overall size of the fund and expanded its support for the decarbonization of the aviation and maritime sectors. The Innovation Fund is now expected to reach 40 billion euros in revenue by 2030. The fund is already supporting more than 100 projects to the tune of 6.7 billion euros. And in November, we will launch the first pilot domestic auction for producers of renewable hydrogen in Europe under the European Hydrogen Bank. The projects supported by the Innovation Fund include 8 projects based in Sweden, which have been awarded grants totaling 516 million euros. Further, 3 projects were pre-selected in July for 453 million euros in funding. Among these are Biorefinery Östrand AB, which will design, build and operate the world's first large-scale biorefinery to produce renewable, sustainable aviation fuels and naphtha. Examples like this show how Sweden can benefit from the fund, and I encourage all of you to use and promote this tool to its fullest extent. Another funding opportunity supporting companies working to preserve Europe's edge when it comes to critical technologies is the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, or STEP, which the Commission proposed in June as part of the mid-term review of the EU budget. STEP will provide more flexibility in existing instruments such as the European Regional Development Fund, the Cohesion Fund and the Just Transition Fund. It will also allocate additional funding to InvestEU, Horizon Europe, the Innovation Fund and the European Defence Fund. Taken all together, this will mean an additional investment of 160 billion euros. And it will create synergies among existing instruments, especially by creating a sovereignty seal, a sovereignty portal and a new one-stop shop within the Commission to provide support to project promoters seeking EU funding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a part of what we are doing at EU level. But the green transition is not only about policy making. We must all work together to support Europe's response to a changing world. That includes streamlining financing opportunities in both the public and private sectors and creating accessible solutions for our citizens. This transition must leave no one and nowhere behind. So I am delighted that there are so many different participants at the EU Days Lund from industry, academia, civil society and other stakeholders. I look forward to hearing about some of the conversations and debates you will have. Thank you.
Strong and clear message about the transition, huh? Let's move on to listen to Commissioner Iliana Ivanova. She's Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you at EU Days Lund, a celebration of Europe's and Sweden's future. Lund is a hub of European research, innovation and creativity. Last month, Professor Anne L'Huillier, one of Lund's own scientists, was one of the scientists awarded with the 2023 Nobel Prize in Physics. I am proud that the European Union has funded her revolutionary research work, including through the European Research Council. With around 500 ERC grantees over the last 15 years, Sweden really excels in ERC grants, with the University of Lund being the country's leading institution for grant recipients. Professor L'Huillier is only one of the nearly 100 ERC grantees hosted at Lund. To the young researchers here, your work is essential. There are many opportunities for you to get support from our Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program, including through Marie Sklodowska-Curie fellowships or ERC grants for early career researchers. Persist in your endeavors. Your ideas and curiosity are vital for pushing the boundaries of knowledge and addressing pressing challenges. Your minds are the foundations of a brighter future for Europe. And your journey will not always be easy, but we will help you learn and grow and make excellence spread further. We are reinforcing the European research area with measures to make research careers more attractive. For instance, a new charter for researchers aims to improve your working conditions. We also launched a new website called ResearchComp to help you develop your skills and expand your career perspectives. Europe should be the place where the talents from all generations and places work hand in hand with the most creative companies and organizations, where knowledge circulates and permeates, and where innovation thrives to the benefit of all. Through Horizon Europe, we are investing significantly in clean technologies and the digital and green transition. Our European innovation agenda further cements our position in deep tech innovation and startups, with initiatives such as the development of hydrogen and renewable energy valleys. As we face a rapidly changing world, Europe must continue to inspire scientific curiosity at all ages, embrace interdisciplinarity and extend the boundaries of knowledge beyond sectors, beyond borders. Striving for excellence is crucial for a brighter European future. Enjoy the conference and thank you very much.
Another strong message. It's wonderful to hear that there is so much going on, and also strong message connected to Lund, huh? We now have a fantastic keynote speaker lined up. It's one of my favorite keynote speakers, Rebecka Carlsson. Rebecka Carlsson is a sustainability entrepreneur and author. And she just told me before that her second book is coming, or second, but maybe there might be another one. But third, maybe. Is it a second? Or third? Third, yes. Coming out on December 8th. So she's been busy. She's also been busy previously, before writing books. Rebecka has been a political advisor to the former Swedish Deputy Prime Minister and also the Minister for Climate and the Environment. And she has trained at exponential technologies at Singularity University at NASA, and also in social entrepreneurship at Stanford Graduate Business School. And Rebecka is partnered with ARC, Arise Consulting, and her most famous book so far is Exponential Climate Solutions and a Sustainable Business Canvas. So there are two that has gained quite a lot of attention. So There might be time for questions after Rebecca's keynote, so prepare and give her a warm hand.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Really nice to meet you and to spend some time with you. So I would like to give you a narrative about sustainability and exponential technologies, because these two megatrends will probably reshape much of society and the business landscape more than any other megatrends, right? And when we combine them, they become even more interesting. So this is the area that we will explore. So let's go. Here you have them. You've seen them 1,000 times before, but let's remember that some of these goals are so important that humanity's very existence on this earth depends on whether we will meet those goals or not. And here you have them. 17 of all the exponential technologies from AI to VR to robotics that are right now reshaping our economy, our society, and really what is possible, right? So how fast is the technological development really happening then? Of course, we're all feeling, oh, it's happening so fast. But how fast, right? Because we must understand how fast the technological development will happen moving forward in order for us to have a chance to make the right strategic decisions today. So I would like to share with you some insights I got when I lived 3 months at a very weird place, NASA, and studied at something called Singularity University. Singularity University was founded by Google and NASA together, and they are training business leaders, entrepreneurs, and scientists in how we can use so-called exponential technologies to tackle the global grand challenges of today. So not AI to sell a bit more stuff on the internet, but AI to try to make sure everyone has access to clean water, for example. And here you see my class. We were 90 people, like this group, from 47 different countries, youngest 21, oldest 72, and a wide range of backgrounds and interests. Here you have some of them. Razan, a 23-year-old mechanical engineer trying to come up with a floor that's generating electricity when you're walking on it. Aisha, she's a designer at Stanford and IDEO. She was working with how might we use design thinking to design processes so that all the truck drivers that will lose their jobs when self-driving vehicles takes over, how can we design processes so that they don't just quickly get a new job, but a new identity? How do we design for large-scale identity shifts in the times we're entering? We have in the glasses Kyle, a former banker, now replanting coral reefs. One step in, Francisco using satellite imaging to track illegal deforestation in the Amazon. He's been very busy now during the Bolsonaro years. We had a reunion and he was like, boy, it's been tough. And in yellow you have Marilis. She's an Estonian food scientist responsible for the smell profile of lab-grown yellowfin tuna. So what's on your business card, right? In light blue, you have Chuy Cepeda from Mexico. He's working with GovTech. How can we use technologies not to diminish democracy, but to enable democratic voice on an ongoing basis for all citizens? And here you have perhaps weirdest of all of them, Jorge from Peru. Jorge is trying to come up with a virus to cure antibiotics resistance. So this is a virus that goes into the cells, and the receptors that has become resistant to antibiotics, this virus should turn on again. So wide range of backgrounds and interests, and Singularity is obsessed with scalability in relation to sustainability. It's the area of obsession. So the question on every roll-up and the leading question in every lecture is how can you positively impact 1 billion people within 10 years? And as a Swede, you think this is a very American and bombastic question to even ask such a thing, right? But to take one's normal sustainability ideas and try to make them more scalable forces us to think a little bit more sharp than we would do just otherwise. So what is exponential technologies at all, if we start with a crash course? Well, first of all, it's super unintuitive for us humans to think exponentially at all, right? And this is why we're failing at it all of the time, including most people working in tech. And the reason for this is that we have lived almost all of human history ultra-locally and ultra-linearly, right? So as an example, I heard that my grandfather's father, so only 3 generations back from Färgelanda, he slept all of his nights in the very same bed. Like from when he was born as a little baby to when he died as an old man. Every night in the same bed. He maybe took a horse and a wagon to the village next door if there was a funeral or a wedding, but he refused to sleep in someone else's bed, right? So we're used to living very locally and very linearly. But now the world is becoming much more global and exponential. And what is this exponential that we are starting to throw around? Well, it's come from something called the Moore's law, right? So Gordon Moore, former CEO at Intel, he realized that computers' processing power doubles in relation to price every 18 to 24 months all of the time. So for the very same bag of money, we can process twice as much data, twice as much information every 18 to 24 months all of the time. And this is a development that is, of course, super fast. It's as if all the birds in the world just miraculously started to fly twice as fast every 18 to 24 months, or all vegetables miraculously became twice as nutritious every 18 to 24 months all of the time. Few things develop like this, but computers' processing power doubles in relation to price every 18 to 24 months all of the time. And this leads to consequences, because when computers' processing power doubles in relation to price every 18 to 24 months all of the time, that leads to that all technologies that have processing power in their core also can develop exponentially. And this is exponential technologies. So exponential technologies is not a set of some specific technologies, but it's a term for all technologies that are developing exponentially. And there are many more than these. This is just an overview I did of 17 of them. But here we have AI, cloud and quantum computing, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, network and mobile, Internet of Things, AR and VR, robotics, drones, self-driving vehicles, renewable energy and storage, also exponential technologies, important, right? 3D printing, digital manufacturing, nanotech, digital biology, and a whole bunch of different medtech and space tech solutions. Some of these are developing a little slower than Moore's law, but some of them even faster than Moore's law. And this is what in turn leads to much of the business disruption in area after area that we're witnessing today, right? So we said it's unintuitive for us to think exponentially, but what does exponentiality feel like if we really try to integrate it into our bodies, right? Because what we ideally want to do is to develop kind of an intuition for the development we will have moving forward. So let's do a thought experiment. If we take 30 linear steps, we will reach across this room, 30 meters. But if we take 30 exponential steps instead, so you intuitively draw out 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 30 exponential steps, how many steps do you reach then? Only once in Örnsköldsvik at Sida's kursgård, 20-year-old made it in his head. Otherwise, it's always guesstimates. But roughly, where do we end up? Don't wait for someone else to do it for you. Be brave. Mars. It's a bit more than 1 billion steps, and it's as much at least as 26 times around the globe. And if we just take 31 exponential steps, we will reach 52 times around the globe instead of 26, right? Which is a big difference. So what is so unintuitive for us with exponential development is that in the beginning it doesn't look like much, but once we reach large sums and large sums that starts to double, it very quickly becomes really, really big, right? And this is why it's so unintuitive. And we therefore say that exponential technologies goes from being deceptive to disruptive. Deceptive meaning in the beginning they often doesn't look like much. Just a few years since we heard 3D printing, right? 3D printing is way too bad. We will use it to print Lego with tops. Or VR. You just get seasick in VR. But now the first VR headset has come that has as high resolution as the human eye. Has anyone tried it? It's weird. And we stayed after closing in the office. My friend Marcus Olsson works in this human eye resolution VR headset, and we tried an anatomy app where you walked to a body and you looked at all the organs in 3D from the inside. It was really, really disgusting. So disgusting that his friend, this metal guy, we realized he was afraid of blood because he almost didn't come out from that experience in one piece. Or solar energy. Solar energy is way too expensive. It will never be part of the real energy mix, right? But solar energy is an exponential technology, and like coal, oil and gas, is becoming exponentially cheaper. It's already today the cheapest form of electricity in more than 30 countries and spreading from the equator and outwards. And what is, of course, the most important is to keep track on that little point there, right? Where something goes from being deceptive to suddenly being disruptive. And this development is what is driving much of the business disruption of area after area that we're witnessing today. So an often cited prediction is that in roughly 10 years, 40% of the Fortune 500 companies will no longer even exist. So let this sink in, right? If this is to become true, in just 10 years from now, 40% of the today 500 highest valued companies on the American stock exchange will no longer even exist. And if this becomes the case or not is of course yet to be seen, but some of these companies will probably have been disrupted by companies who have not even yet been founded today, right? Because it's all the time becoming easier to build new solutions that are scaling really, really fast. And perhaps what is the most important is this. The coming 100 years will be 20,000 years of technological development. So if we just comprehend all the technological development we've had in the last 100 years, that's been massive, right? But still, if we compare that to the coming 100 years, the coming 100 years will be 20,000 years of technological development. And with a little bit of life extension, we will live all of them. So this is what we need strategies for. What do we do with 20,000 years of technological development? And for full disclosure, I have very mixed feelings. I know you will have an AI seminar later this afternoon, for example. So what has this got to do with climate change and sustainability? Until I was at Singularity University, all the exponential curves I had ever seen were completely different exponential technologies. The great acceleration. How many have seen this before? So what they show is how an exponential increase in humanity, in economy, in industry has led to an exponential environmental degradation in area after area. Greenhouse gas emissions exponentially up, biodiversity loss exponentially up, spreading of harmful chemicals exponentially up, overfishing exponentially up in area after area. And for a very long time, the ecosystems has functioned as this kind of pillow or airbag, right? So roughly 60% of the emissions we've had until today, we have not felt any consequences of because the sea and the forest and the land has just absorbed these emissions. But now the ecosystem starts to reach their tipping points. So instead of absorbing, they're collapsing and also emitting what they previously bound, right? And if we just zoom in on climate change, we sometimes hear 4 degrees, 6 degrees and so on. And it can sound like not so much. So let's understand the most important figures once and for all. So if we go back to the very beginning of Earth, we have since then have all kinds of middle temperature on Earth, right? The middle temperature has gone up, like the climate has gone up and down and up and down and up and down throughout history. But now we've had a period when we have been bouncing up and down with as little as plus minus 1 degree. 1 degree, up, down, up, down, up, down. Do you know how long this period has been when we have been bouncing up and down with this within plus minus 1 degree of climate change? Guesses. There is something you can kind of use to remember since when. Yes, golden star. More than 10,000 years, like 11,400. And in this super stable climate, right, that is sometimes called the Holocene or the Garden of Eden, pretty beautiful, right? Or the sweet spot for humanity, we have really developed everything we take for granted today. It's in this super stable climate that we have settled down as a species. We have developed agriculture, economy, industry, democracy. All of this we have built upon what is perhaps the most stable and nice climate for humans. So we said it's unintuitive for us to think exponentially in relation to the technological development, which it really is. But I think perhaps climate change is even more unintuitive for us humans because we're used to being able to take the climate 100% for granted, right? We have been able to take the climate for granted for over 10,000 years. But now we have, for the first time in over 10,000 years, emitted so much greenhouse gases that we have pushed climate out of plus minus 1 degree. Right now we are at 1.2 degrees roughly. And with current emissions, we're heading for 4 degrees, even 6 degrees of global warming. What is it like to run Lund on a 4 degrees warmer climate? We would want to know that. Last time we had that was 5 million years ago. So what we must do now is to follow what is called the carbon law. How many is familiar with carbon law since before? So we really need to keep global warming what is called well below 2 degrees, but really try to keep it below 1.5, right? And now we are at 1.2 and we're already feeling consequences. So the lower the better. And in order for us to be able to do this, we need to follow the carbon law, which we can even memorize. So this is like the brief for the whole climate transition. We need to bend emissions roughly 2020. We actually did this, but now we are increasing them still. Unacceptable, right? We need to cut emissions in half every decade and reach net zero by 2050. So bend 2020, cut in half every decade and reach net zero by 2050. So what this means is that the whole world economy should become completely climate neutral in 25 years. That's unheard of, right? It's absolutely unheard of. And we say that the richer countries should go roughly double speed. And we say we have entered the decade of climate action. Since 2030, global emissions should be half compared to 2020, right? So we cannot wait until 2040 or 2050 with the largest reductions. We need to do them in this decade that we are in now. And I happen to retire around 2050, and then we should be able to wake up in the morning, make ourselves a mug of morning coffee, look out the window and like, you know? Emissions are zero. Like for real, not like some creatively calculated climate compensation. Right? No, like for real. The world economy is climate neutral. 2050. This is one of the most important tasks for the coming decades. And this is, of course, super fast. However, if we look around in society, we will see that the development is happening a lot faster in so many areas. Carbon law is, for example, super slow compared to Moore's law, right? If we were using the power we have in the technological development to lower emissions, we would be down at net zero how fast? Someone can do calculations. 5 years and 3 months, and focus on biodiversity and other sustainability issues we want to focus instead. And equally important, I believe, is that now we have focused on exponential technologies, right? But exponential development is really happening in so many other areas. So behavioral changes and social movements are sometimes growing even faster, right? And here we also have what is called the social tipping points. So when we reach a critical mass, often between 5% and 50%, the majority tends to tip over. So what are the behaviors that would enable for us to lower a lot of emissions? And how can we build critical mass and reach social tipping points? However, of course, climate change is not the only important environmental issue either. As you know, we have a lot of social sustainability issues that we need to focus on, and now also democracy in decline. This is a real image from a real city, right? And biodiversity, for example, is becoming like the new climate issue, and it's just to name some examples. I mean, we have the water issues, phosphor, nitrogen cycle, all of these. But right now, if we look at biodiversity, 60% of the animals are livestock, 36% are humans, and only 5% are wild animals, right? And when we come back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we see that we really want an exponential bettering in all of these areas, right? So how can we create sustainability solutions that are scaling? That is something that we really need to focus on. So what we will do now for the remaining time is that we will take these two mega trends, exponential technologies and sustainability, we will put them on top of each other and look a little bit into how they are reshaping the business landscape. And we will start by looking at a car company that is called Lightyear. And it's a short movie, and I would like to invite you to think about not the example itself, but the principles behind this example. Like, what do you think is interesting with Lightyear? And if you want, you can also translate it into the area that you are active in, because it's more interesting that way. So let's go.
Nothing is as powerful as an idea whose time has come. And I really believe that the idea of a solar car has come, so I think there's nothing that's going to stop it.
What we're doing is taking a step back and realizing that we're not only building a car, we're kind of building a system.
Our car, the Lightyear 1, will be a statement car. You can drive on the power of the sun.
Let's see, oh, she's still here. The biggest reason for me to do this is climate change. I read about it when I was 12, I think, and I couldn't wrap my head around it why people weren't doing anything about it. There's also still some sand from the outback right here. So scientists say that if we reach the 2 degrees level of warming, then a lot of things will be irreversible.
I thought it was a huge opportunity, and it's a project, sort of a real-world project that you can work on, and that has impact.
We built a car that could drive 65 kilometers an hour while still generating more energy than consuming. And that's top of the bill. Nobody else has done that before.
The Solar Challenge is the world championship for solar cars. And you have 45 teams participating in Australia, driving from Darwin to Adelaide. We knew that there was so much more potential in the vehicle that we assembled a second team, and they managed to win a second time. After that, we made an even better car, and it managed to win the World Solar Challenge for the third time.
ソーラーカーの国際レース11月20日。
Everything came together in that moment. We can be the seed, we can be kind of the butterfly that will make things happen.
That's where the idea for Lightyear was sort of sparked.
That was the moment when I thought, this is something, they're onto something, I want to join this. So I gave up my master thesis in order to start working at Lightyear.
What we realized in 2012 is that it was possible with the technologies we had back then to build a family solar car. And kind of, so everyone thought we were ridiculous, we wouldn't be able to do it, but we did the calculations and that proved it for us. So that's when we quit our studies and then started building this family car. What gave me the confidence that we can build a commercial car is the fact that the technology is ready. You've proven that it's not a science problem, but it's an engineering problem. And an engineering problem we can solve. An engineering problem you can find the right people, build a team, find funding and get going.
So what do you think is special with Lightyear or interesting? Which principles behind it? Some reflections. Someone who dares. Yeah. No. Yeah. A few weeks ago, I don't know if you saw, Scania launched a solar truck, a heavy truck. I was like, my company is even working with Scania, and we didn't know, like, what the? I will not swear, but and it's not a small truck; it's a heavy truck. It's so crazy cool, right? So they launched the pre-selling of Lightyear 1 the first week we were in Singularity. And it was as someone has like thrown a bomb into the classroom. Like we were sitting in classes all day long and Lex was running out and in with a phone and like every car company calling like, what have you done? Everyone knows you can't put solar cells on a car, right? It has even been like this, oh, shouldn't you have a wind turbine as well? Like one of those jokes, right? So I think it's one of the principles is really like where it goes from being deceptive to disruptive, right? So what they found when they did the calculations, as he says, is that we found already back in 2012, it was possible. Solar energy was somewhere very different in 2012, right? So what they did, like one of their first weeks when they were in engineering school, when they were 19, Lex and his now business mates, then classmates, they sat down, I think it was like in a lunch break or something, with like pen and paper, and they tried to draw out the curve for like, where will solar energy be when we graduate from our bachelor's and also our master's? Like, where will solar energy be in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? And based on that, what should we start to build from now, right? And I believe that since the development is happening so fast in so many different areas, we really need to sit down with our colleagues and draw out a lot of curves, right? And not just for technologies, but for social trends as well. And sometimes we don't know, then we need to do like cones of uncertainty, and then also place all of these trends on top of each other, right? Because of course, a solar car is disruptive in itself, but what happens when a solar car becomes self-driving, for example, when you start having pods that fossil-free and driverlessly can transport humans, but also materials. What does that mean for where we will choose to live? What does it mean for the circular economy? We say that waste is just materials in the wrong place, etc. Right? So here we have instead some who have had a little bit more hard time with drawing out the curves. IEA, International Energy Agencies, should be among the best in the world at predicting the development of different energy sources, right? But it's unintuitive with exponential development. So here we have the black line being the actual development of solar energy, and the colored line are IEA's yearly predictions. Like every year they get a new chance, right? And when I worked for the government, we were even looking a lot at IEA's prediction. It can become pretty expensive if you do large-scale investments based on wrong predictions, right? So it's really, really important that we really get into this mindset of doing actual predictions. What is fun, of course, also, is that it makes like old electric cars look almost old, right? I have a very emotional memory for when I saw a Tesla for the first time. I thought it was the most futuristic thing I'd ever seen, right? But now it needs to stand still and charge. And here we have NIO, an electric car company from China. They are focusing a lot on self-driving vehicles. And they have started to have, and this is actually true, a Tesla in their booth when they are exhibiting. So they can say, here's the old generation electric car, and here's the new one. So you can also detect a bit of China-US positioning in that monter design, perhaps, as well. This is what a NIO looks like on the inside, more like some kind of self-driving sofa group, perhaps. And they are also starting to integrate AR in the windows, for example. So if you're driving at night, the car can point out different star signs for you or ask, should I play you some Netflix? So we also start to see that upskilling and culture companies starts to heavily invest R&D in self-driving vehicles, because where will we train ourselves, or where will we look at movies if not in self-driving vehicles, right? But everything isn't just cars as well, right? Car is just in some way an incremental innovation still. So Astrid Teller, who's chief from Google X, has rightfully asked, how does it make sense for us to use a 4,000-pound vehicle burning dinosaur juice to move a 3-pound pizza across town? Which is a valid question, right? Like 2 weeks ago, there was this woman who like raised her hand, like, where is that photo from? Like, that looks like where I'm from. And this photo is from Estonia, where apparently they use a lot of delivery robots, where we are really behind, right? This company is called Starship Robotics. So what I believe we will see a lot more now, moving forward, is that we will, like, sustainability is really becoming a core in business development, right? On a whole new level that we can even foresee, I believe. But most of it will not just be incremental innovations. Incremental innovations being like you keep the innovation you have and you make a little bit better or a little bit better version. Like, what we will see a lot moving forward is sustainability disruptions in different ways, right? And this is when we go back to what is the core need we are trying to come up with a solution for. And with all the exponential curves we have in the whole range of areas, right? Can we come up with new solutions that are meeting the user need or the citizen need, but in ways that comes with radically less emissions, or whichever sustainability aspect it is that we want to innovate from, right? And really what everything coming together, what it means is that sustainability is becoming a major business disruptor. Very much like digitalization is a major business disruptor. And we can think of these as the two main ones. And really what it means is that it's reshaping the supply and the demand side at the same time. Like, we see an exponential increase in demand for sustainability coming from the fact that we are going to feel the consequences more and more, right? But at the same time, we're also witnessing an exponential increase in supply, and not least competition company to company based on sustainability. So it's really important that we also draw out these curves, right? The sustainability curves. Like, where will the competition be on sustainability in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? That's what we also need to develop our business models for. And the last thing I want to say is that I also think it's very, very important that we draw out the curves for different sustainability aspects, right? So right now we have a lot of focus on climate, for example, for good reasons, right? We need to do so much more in climate than we are doing. But at the same time, a few weeks back when the new planetary boundaries came out, right, we have trespassed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. So it's also important that we draw out, like, where will biodiversity issues be in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, right? Where will water issues be in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and so on, and draw out all of these different sustainability aspects, and also put these on top of each other. So really what is happening, like different raw material sources, energy, all of it, right? So really what is happening is that sustainability is just, from a business perspective, just becoming more mega trends that you need to combine with all of these other trends that are moving really fast. And all of that you need to take into account when you are upgrading your business model and your operations, right? So with that, I want to say thank you, and I don't know if there's time for like a few questions, then let's do it. I can also say, like, I put some, as many books as I could carry. They are heavy, but there are a few free books downstairs. So if you want, pick them up and use them.
Wonderful, Rebecka. Give her a warm hand.
Thank you.
So, let's take one question, because I know there's somebody here who really has a pressing question. There normally is. Otherwise, I always have one. Let's see. Oh, you all want coffee. Okay, there's one. Quick run with the microphone.
Mattias Horin from the city of Lund. I'm just wondering, when you say that it's a positive thing to have these disruptive innovations, but if you look at the old school cars, they are on the market for like 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
But when you have these new innovations that almost make the second generation obsolete, how is that sustainable when you're not keeping the old models in the market, because the new ones have so much more innovation?
Yeah, so what's important, right, is to, like, which curve is the important curve here? Well, it's the emissions curve, right? It's like eyes on the prize. Like, how can we, at an exponential pace, actually get the emissions down? And then, like, for example, public transport might be more important than new cars, right? It's often working with technologies and behavioral changes combined, right? So I know Lund is working with a person in public transport. He is also working with Oslo. They are looking at using self-driving cars, electric self-driving cars. In the US, that is for private use. But in Oslo, they are starting to look at, could that be part of public transport? For me, that is like really eye-opening. It's like, well, that's really cool. Like, because then it's not just producing the same amounts of cars for to replace all of these, right? So to really have a look at, like, how could we at an exponential pace cut emissions, and then be creative from there. Like, sometimes it's going back to old practices. So I'm not advocating at all for, like, just thinking in terms of tech. Like, I come much more from like a politics background, and I believe a lot in like structural approaches. The reason why I wanted to talk about exponential technologies is that it's reshaping so much of our society simultaneously. So I think it's important to know about that also. But for us to really have a focus on how can we at an exponential pace cut emissions with whatever methods. That's what we need to do, right? Yeah.
Thank you. And the name of your next book?
It's a speaker's journey, and it refers to the hero's journey. And the subtitle is 7 Steps to Create the Important Narratives and Speeches for Our Transformative Times.
So narrative is in focus here.
Narratives is in focus because I believe we need to actually come together and sit down in groups and talk a lot more about, like, the future we want to have and the narratives that we need for that. Yeah. Not just the tech and not just the matter, but also the immaterial aspects of societal development is also becoming increasingly more important, I think.
Excellent, Rebecka Carlsson.
Thank you.
Now, coffee is important. We have coffee outside, and there's a break. We start again at 11:30. 11 o'clock, sorry. 11:30. Yes, I got carried away here.
So, welcome back. I hope you're all refreshed and got your coffee and kicks going. We are a bit fewer than we expected here on stage, but we do have Ylva with us online somewhere. Yes, there she is, in a car. I hope you're standing still and safely on the side.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Yeah, well, this is what happens sometimes, but luckily we are now so technologically gifted that we can handle these kind of situations. So we are very happy to have you with us. Anyway, welcome to this seminar where we will turn a bit more towards Sweden and Sweden's role in the EU and how to shape the EU from a Swedish perspective. My name is Annika Wepling-Korsenek. I'm head of the European Commission's representation in Sweden. And with me here I have Heidi Avelan, who is a political editor-in-chief at Sydsvenskan och Helsingborgs Dagblad. And Maria Strömvik, who many of you hopefully know, senior lecturer, deputy director of the Center of European Studies here at Lund University. And we have Ylva Nilsson, EU journalist, with us online. So welcome to all of you. Well, next year, to 2024, is not only the elections to the European Parliament, which I never seize the opportunity to tell you. I think I've said it 5 times now during these 2 days on stage, but it is very important. 9th of June, elections to the European Parliament. But it's also 30 years since Sweden held the referendum to join the EU. It's not yet 30 years since we joined, because we joined in 1995, but the decision was taken the year before. So most of you sitting here, students, you have been part of the EU your whole life, but many things have happened, of course, in these 30 years with the EU, but also with Sweden and Sweden's attitude towards EU. We have seen important changes, I think, which we will also discuss. Also, of course, which we have mentioned previously, a lot of global changes have taken place in this time. Security changes. We are in a completely different context than we were 30 years ago. And this is a super timely seminar, which we, of course, planned a year ago or something, because today there was the Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson held the EU declaration in the Parliament this morning, so kind of outlining which the Prime Minister does once a year, outlining what this government wants with EU policy for the coming year, or for right now, and followed by a political discussion among the party leaders. So I think that was very timely. Yes, no, we didn't know about it when we planned this, but it turned out to be a good timing. Most of you probably haven't heard it, but I can just shortly, 2 minutes, recap of what the main issues were that the Prime Minister said. Of course, the global situation that the EU has to and stands united when it comes to the Ukraine war, but also the war in the Middle East. But then on the more internal issues, the focus were on fighting criminality, so gang criminalities, organized crime, with the help now also of the European Union, of course, with external borders, Europol, more cooperation between police, etc. So lots of focus on that. Focus on migrations, to put the migration pact in place finally, to have a more orderly migration to the EU. Green transition, where now then Sweden aligning its targets to the EU targets, one could say, or he said, using his words. Focus on green transition also, when focusing on green transition, he also focused a lot on energy and their nuclear power, and also the Swedish forests and their position in the EU policies, which has been a bit controversial. And then also focusing on competitiveness, which was the issue that the Swedish presidency put very high on the political agenda during the spring 2023. So on facilitating the rules for companies and focusing on trade agreements, research, skills, those agendas. Yes, so I don't know. I mean, I know that Heidi, you listened in a bit. So do you want to comment a bit on what you heard and what you think about the EU declaration?
Absolutely. I have to admit, I didn't hear all of it, and I think it might still be ongoing. So I listened to the first part, and my immediate thought was that it was a good thing. You know, when we got the new government a year ago, it was said that, oh, this chairing the EU, it comes a bit too soon. And I was one of them saying it. Today, I think it was a good thing, because today's government has to focus on the union, and did from the very start. And it means they kind of integrate the EU into internal politics as should be done. So apart from that, I think it was a quite ordinary debate. Everybody talking about the things that bothered them most, internal politics or the war in Gaza, things that aren't really connected to the EU. If you don't say that everything is connected to the union and to the politics on that level. I still think that the Swedish parties should be a bit more, did we lose Ylva? No. More mature when it comes to the EU, and actually see what is the important politics on that level, since it is Swedish politics, obviously, but things that should be discussed on an EU level. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, thank you. Ylva, I mean, I know you have had a busy morning trying to get your car in order. Did you have time to listen, or even if you didn't, do you have any comments on what you think the Swedish government's EU priorities?
I did actually hear the Prime Minister before everything broke down around me. So I heard his part of the speech. And I must say, he's saying all the right things now. He's saying the EU matters in every way. He's saying Swedish politics is EU politics. Obviously, he's saying Ukraine concerns us. It's only through EU that we can sort of combat it. But also, he keeps himself on a sort of a level where there are no problems at all. He's all heart for Ukraine, and the EU must support, and etc. But he doesn't see any. He doesn't see any nuances or any problems at all. He's all let's go for the EU, let's go for Ukraine, and that's not really what they do in their politics back home, is it? So it sounded like he was delivering an EU package without actually saying anything that makes him commit to doing anything or changing anything, if I'm making any sense here.
Yeah, thank you. Maria, do you want to comment?
Well, yes, I can comment. I am not a morning person. I did not hear this speech this morning.
Okay.
But I can comment in general, because I've been here long enough now and followed EU politics to say that I often hear these speeches, and I often hear that they do exactly like Ylva was saying. they say the right thing. They give a speech once a year on EU in the Swedish Parliament. And the Prime Minister say how important the European Union is for us, how we would like to be part of this. We are EU, EU is us. And it's a lot of nice words, but the other 364 days a year, I never hear about it. So I don't know what was said today. Maybe this is not fair, but I've heard these speeches a lot. But what I miss is rather that when the Parliament is discussing economics or refugees or the war in Ukraine or whatever, that they also touched upon what would we like the European Union to do. So I would say it was probably a very nice speech this morning, but I would like that parts of the speech to come every day of the year.
Yes. And that is my next question. How do we do that? Why is it so hard? Because it feels like also this we have been speaking about for a long time. Why don't we get this going? Why don't we get the discussions in society, in media, in politics? Why is it so hard for us? Because it's not, if you read French media or if you read German media, it's a completely different debate. Why?
Or if you read Danish media, not very far away. Let's start with the media. I know how it should be done. It should be done like in Denmark, for example. EU politics should be politics. I mean, you can talk about the municipalities or the regions or the nation, but when it comes to EU, it's foreign policy. It's still on some other page or in some other section, at least in the mindset, in some other section. So we still have this lesson to learn. And today, it is also about money. And maybe it has been for a while, since, well, you know, the situation for media. It's going well, but not that well. And covering the union is expensive because you need to have people in place. Every time I go to Brussels or to Strasbourg, I think of this, that you meet some colleagues who actually stay there, know things, know people. They are very helpful. They are wonderful people. But still, trying to cover the EU from Sweden is not easy. And it's the thing you said about EU, once a year you deliver this speech, it's also that the politicians, they don't integrate the EU mindset into the stuff that they talk about on a daily basis. So we focus on what is being talked about on a daily basis, and the EU is very seldom there. So it is up to us. What should we do? Well, I'm doing my best, and it's not enough, far from.
Ylva, you have also been trying for many years to get through with the EU message in media. What's your kind of take on why are we still so bad?
Well, it's like Heidi says, it's the media, of course. You said it's expensive to have journalists in Brussels, Heidi, but there's less than 10 who work full-time from Brussels, and we've got something like 50 journalists in Sweden covering cats and dogs. So I'm not sure it's a money issue, really. I'll happily blame the politicians for not actually talking about EU issues, or actually telling us that EU is central to many of the issues that they discuss. We had an election debate last summer that talked about criminality without ever mentioning the fact that without the rest of Europe, without Europol, we're never going to be able to fight criminality in Sweden. So, yeah, both are to blame. But most of all, there's a mindset in Sweden that we're good. We do everything right. We're actually better than most countries. We don't really need to bother that much with the EU. We want to trade with them. But other than that, we're good. We don't really need the EU. And I think actually the public opinion is way ahead of the media and the politicians on this one. Because I think long before we had the war of Ukraine, when we had Donald Trump in Washington, I think Swedish public opinion discovered that it's much nicer to be part of an alliance as EU is than being a small country on its own. So I think if politicians and media, of course, would actually decide one day to integrate EU in our debates, I think they'll find that people are interested and they want to listen.
Yeah, I think so too. I think people are interested. So it's a bit of a strange, vicious circle that we find ourselves in. Maria, you have actually done research on this. It's now a few years back, but still, I assume that it's, well, it feels like it's still valid, but because I don't think it has happened so much in the public debate since that. Can you tell us a little bit about how you see these issues? Why don't we get across?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to assign blame in a sense. I think for Sweden to be influential in the European Union and try to push it in a direction that Sweden, whoever that is, would like it to see, I think that is dependent on our ability in the public debate in general to talk about what would we like. And not everyone should want the same things. We should want different things. We're political beings. That's why we have elections. Some people have different preferences from others. And we should, if we talk about it, we should also have a government that's reflecting the public opinion on what we would like to do. And I think Ylva is correct that these days we have a public opinion with a slightly different view on the EU than we have for politicians and media. But for the public debate, and when you start looking at it, it's some kind of very odd symbiosis, of course, between media on the one hand and politicians on the other hand. And I think it's difficult to say that one is at fault, but I think one problem is that we have way too few journalists who are interested in covering the EU or who are working for companies that would like them to cover the EU. That might be a different version of the same thing. But we also have way too few politicians who would like to talk about what they would like to see in the European Union. So the combination becomes like a double bad. I was thinking about that when I listened. Last summer we were electing who is talking for us now. Us, or at least those of us who are Swedish here today, Swedish citizenship, they're talking for us every day in Brussels now, making all the decisions. And that's the Swedish government. We indirectly elected them last summer. We had two people who were the contestants, who wanted to be the Prime Minister of Sweden, not only being Sweden's voice in the EU formally, but also leading the EU because Sweden was having the incoming, taking on the incoming 6-month rotating presidency in the Council of Ministers. So they were going to speak also on behalf of the EU. On many issues, together with some EU politicians, obviously, with the rest of the world. They held their sort of program speeches. The biggest speeches ahead of the election were in Almedalen, as always. You had the two people who wanted to be prime minister. We had Magdalena Andersson from the Social Democrats, and we had Ulf Kristersson. They were there. Media is there. This is that is where they get their chance to say what would they like. Anyone remembers what they said about the EU? They did not mention it at all, not with one word. I think one of them may have said something about Ukraine and in a sentence accidentally mentioned the EU, but not what they wanted the EU to do. I'm not even sure about that. But I had someone go through them sort of word by word. Not one word at all. And those were the two saying we are going to speak not only for Sweden in the EU, we know that within a few months we are going to speak for the EU for the rest of the world. And we are your voice as voters. We do not mention it at all. So I think that's a problem in itself that they choose not to mention it. The second problem is I heard no journalist ask them. I did not hear a single journalist say, you're just going to lead the EU in a few months. If you form the government and become the prime minister, what would you like to do? I heard no journalist asking this at all.
Yeah, this is really...
So I think the problem, I'm just sort of, it sounds very of black, but I think the problem is more difficult than to say it's someone's fault, but it's creating a problem also for Swedish influence in the European Union.
Mm-hmm. How do you want to...
Yeah, blame and shame. No, but one thing that always occurs when you start talking about the EU, especially before the elections, it is, people say, it's complicated. It's so complicated, you know. And it is. It's not... The political system in the EU differs from the Swedish one. The Parliament works in a different way. The Commission, what is the Commission anyway? And then the presidency but when you ask those who say that it's complicated, I'm not sure I'm going to vote. I don't really understand. They should explain how it works. They should explain what they do. And when you start asking them, all right, the Swedish Parliament and the government, they think that we choose the government or are not very sure. So as a voter, you needn't know the system. You need to know what is important for you, what are the issues, the questions you think should be dealt with now, and in what way. It's exactly the same in the Swedish Parliament as in the EU Parliament. Then it's not that complicated. You should, I mean, your report a couple of years ago was depressing. It was awful reading because you realize that kids in school and youths in school don't learn that much about EU because their teachers don't know the difference. I think it was the Commission and the Parliament who tend to mix. So there is a lack of knowledge, and that is embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. I realize that the media has a lot to do with it, but not only the media, and that was what your report showed. It is also something to do with the politicians, and the schooling system, the schools and universities. We need to know more because this is part of our democracy.
But then it's really interesting to see that despite this rather depressing
sorry about that.
no, it's reality, and reality can be depressing. But despite that, we have a situation where we, the Swedes, actually are more in favor of the EU than ever. We now have a record high of 68-69%, which we've never had before. So that's also kind of interesting. We have little knowledge, we have little media coverage, and we actually seem to be much more positive than the politicians, because the politicians are afraid to talk about it because they think that we are negatively inclined. So this is a fascinating contradiction. Anyone who can sort that out for me?
I think Ukraine plays a role here, or the pandemic, or maybe the migration crisis, or even the Greece, the financial crisis before that. That Swedes are clever people. The Swedes have seen that it actually matters. EU does things that Sweden couldn't do. You needn't know how the union works to see what it accomplishes.
Maria, do you know?
No, I think it's true, and I think especially when I hear politicians and sometimes also journalists talk about it, they are the ones claiming that the EU is so complicated. Let's not talk so much about it. I've even heard civil servants in some municipalities, I'm not going to name them, not this one, just so the organizers don't suspect that, claim that we don't talk about the EU deliberately because it's too complicated for people to understand. And I would say that's a very elitist type of view of the EU. And the EU is different from all political systems are different. The EU is also different, but so are also the American system. It's very different, or the British one. They are also different from the Swedish one. We read a lot about those in the newspapers. We have all heard about the House of Lords and the House of Commons in the UK. We've heard about the bicameral system. Those who were voting here up until the 1970s are old enough to remember we had a bicameral system in Sweden. The EU also has two chambers. It has a commission which serves approximately like a government, and it has two chambers that are, one is directly elected and one is indirectly elected. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. We don't have to think about the EU as more complicated than others. It's just different than others. But so if we would sort of not be so afraid, it's not a requirement to know how the trilogue works in order to vote, to have an opinion on what should be done. But we tend to talk about it as if it is very complicated. And I think we're not doing ourselves a service with that. Again, look at the Swedish budget process between the government and the parliament. It's also not so easy. I'm not sure I could talk about how that works. I can still have an opinion on what we should use the state budget for.
Exactly, yeah. Thank you. But Sweden still wants to play a role in the EU, of course, play an important role, and we have often said that Sweden punches a bit above its weight in the cooperation. Sometimes we say that, and sometimes we say it's a backbench sitter. What do you think Sweden should do to have a stronger role in the EU, and also what kind of issues do you think that Sweden should focus its influence on? Maybe I should start with Ylva, who I lost, or I didn't lose you, but I kind of forgot you, sorry.
That's all right. I was going to agree with Heidi anyway, so never mind. What should Sweden do or focus on? Well, Sweden should start with actually listening to the other EU countries, I think. That would be a good start. Because everything we do in the EU, so far we haven't actually committed to a cause, sort of fought a position in the EU for all the years we've been members, except to say, no, we don't want to change this or that. We don't like your proposals. The only thing we've been actually proactive on is not paying more as EU members. We've fought long and hard over that one many times. So I think if maybe we start to listen to the other EU countries would already accomplish a lot more. We've been fighting over this, what we call the Swedish model, right, in the social policies, labor market policies, and we think we have a much better system. The thing is, we accepted to join a common market for labor, and then we decided we wanted to keep a different system to the common one. And we've been fighting the other EU members over that issue ever since. And they didn't even want to fight us over it because they kind of like our system too. So they've allowed us to keep it alongside. We've had a really odd way of acting as EU members. We're most of the time not really interested in what they're doing. We're never interested in what EU proposals are trying to accomplish. We're basically just fighting very hard not to change the way we do things. So there's a start there somewhere if you want to be a more central EU member, I think.
So we should start to say a bit more yes.
Well, we don't have to say yes, but say, for example, we discuss the climate issues, and there's an EU proposal that maybe forests should play a part in the climate fight. Instead of saying no, they should not, because Swedish forest is something that nobody else understands anything of. Maybe we could say, well, let's look at the issue. Let's look at how forests could maybe play a part in the climate fight. And maybe we could find a compromise over things.
So a bit more constructive role. Maria, do you have any thoughts of how we should be better, or play a more important role, more influence?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I often hear, especially when I go to Stockholm, when I talk to politicians from different political parties, plus interest organizations and business organizations and others, that I think sometimes we or whoever is sort of forming the Swedish opinions think about influencing in the EU in a little bit, for me, strange way. I hear the expression, to be strong in the EU and to influence what's going on, we need to have a strong team Sweden. I don't know if anyone's here from Business Sweden today, but I've heard it quite a lot from different positions. Meaning that to be strong in the EU, to influence the EU, everyone needs to be on board. We need to have sort of we need to mediate the position between business life in Sweden, maybe trade organizations, all the political parties, ideally from the left party to the Sweden Democrat, however we want to formulate the scale, everyone should be on board. That's how we are the strongest. And I don't know, maybe that is the case on some specific issues, but in general, what that is doing is taking away the interest formulation in politics. It is taking away the sort of voters' possibility to say, with what I would like Sweden to work for in the EU might be, I don't know, stronger workers' rights. Like a lot of, someone said before, we need to listen to other countries. A lot of trade unions in other countries would like to see much stronger rights for instance, platform workers these days. If I was a member of a trade union in Sweden, I might find that also important. But if I was an employer, maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. This is not my special area at all. I'm just taking it as an example. Politics is this sort of fighting of different interests, and the voters should decide which is the most important one. And if instead the ambition is to form like a medium position, it becomes very little of a position at all. It doesn't really become a strong position. So we're actually losing out. And maybe that's why it should matter in theory. But it hasn't in practice. But if we would have, say, a social democratic-led government, or if we would have a more sort of center-right type of government, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, exactly. Because often we also explain a bit the lack of interest in the European election, that there is not enough conflict. So maybe also because we are trying to be more this Swedish consensus, maybe it has kind of gone too far. But sorry, I interrupted you. Please go on if you had more.
No, but that was one of the reflections. But that would also mean that if we would have governments with a clearer long-term view of how we would like to see the European Union develop long-term, then also all these individual decisions that pop out on a daily basis, new legislative proposals or new policy programs, new ideas, then it's much easier to place those decisions into what would we like to see long term. Sweden is actually quite bad at that. France is really good at it. The French government has a really clear view on what they would like to see the EU to become long term. I'm not saying it's a good or bad idea, I'm saying they have a very clear view. If you have that, sometimes there will pop up decisions along the way, smaller decisions, everyday decisions, that you can just say, okay, I don't particularly like this at all, but we want the EU to go to here. So let's just, okay, then we don't care so much about this. And it might even take us there, even if we have no interest in this issue. It's much easier to make those day-to-day decisions if you have a clear view on where you're going long-term. But from our government, there's very clear views on what the EU should not do. But there are very few views on what the EU should do. And that makes it more difficult. And that means also that for these day-to-day decisions, the Swedish spontaneous reaction these days have become much more of a, let's say no first, and then we might get dragged into it. Which wasn't, I think that might have been also a Swedish position when we joined the EU almost 30 years ago. Some of the ministers were known for just saying no in general. And then it switched, and after some years, the Swedish ministers, governments realized that if you have a more, should we say, cooperative view on things, at least you're also going to get listened to a bit more. But over the last 10 years, from what I've seen at least, we're going back to just saying no. Normally, no is the default, and then after a while we let someone convince us to do something. But if we had views of what was important and not, or what we wanted not long-term, much broader ones than we have today, it would be easier to just say that some of them, sure, why not? It's going to take us to where we want to be in the long run.
Absolutely. I would like to open the floor for some questions. I will also invite you, but would anyone have a question? Yes, we have one there, and there. I have 3 questions already. Super. Do I have a microphone? Yes. We can start with Björn from the European Parliament.
Thank you. Now I don't need to introduce myself, so I have a question addressed to the panel here in line with the title of today's event. So this morning we heard that enlargement is inevitable, and yesterday we heard about a revamped version of the multi-speed Europe. I wonder, what is the panel's view on whether or not it is likely that a future center-left or center-right government will go all in to make it to the first tier, to be at the heart of European cooperation?
The Swedish government?
The Swedish government, yes.
Oh, that would be a surprise. A nice surprise. Because I was going to say, along with Maria and Ylva, that Sweden actually has a position and a view right nothing should change, as little as possible. So going, what did you say, into that heart? Yeah,
so the inner circle, everything.
If that will be the model, I have great difficulties to see that Sweden would be enthusiastic and bold enough to join, as I expect France, maybe Poland and Germany in that inner circle. I think it would be a good idea, though, since Sweden has been struggling for EU not to change, but also this monetary thing or the financial stuff that EU should not spend all that money. Normally, I think it is a good idea. EU should spend money on the right things, but for the moment, as we know, we have financial problems all over the place. Those Swedish skills when it comes to saving money could be they could be useful also in that inner circle of the EU, but I don't expect Sweden to join that.
Maria, do you expect Sweden to join the inner circle?
I do not expect it, but and had you asked that question 21 years ago, or 20 and a half years ago even, I would have said it's 50-50. It would have been not unlikely. We had a completely different situation. We had a Social Democratic Party that was most likely going to elect Anna Lindh for the party leader. She would have probably become, we don't know, but I mean, it's easy with counterfactual reasoning. She would have probably become, at that point, Sweden's first female prime minister, and she had a very clear view on this. She was talking about it. She was saying Sweden should belong to the very core of the EU. She was talking about it in terms of power. That's the only way a small country, a small trade-dependent country, can continue to have power enough to change what is going on outside of us. She said that a strong EU is the only way that Europeans can also have a voice in the world, alongside with the US and other racing powers at that time. She was talking about the need for having the EMU, not for economic reasons, or EMU, but the euro, the currency. She was speaking very warmly about joining the euro for power reasons. She said, how else can we as a small country affect this world, that where we are, relatively speaking, becoming smaller and smaller? And so in a world where she had not been murdered, maybe we would have seen a slightly different situation. But instead what we saw was a Social Democratic Party that kind of backtracked on the path that she had been speaking about already. And since then we've seen both from the Social Democrats and from the centre-right governments, it hasn't been any difference, that they have gradually backed further and further away from these ideas. And I think that is a little bit odd. I'm wondering where those other people are in these parties who still believed that maybe we could actually change the world better if we were cooperating. But I hear very little of these.
And being lagom doesn't take you into that inner circle, and lagom is still the buzzword when it comes to EU. It's amazing.
Thank you. Well, that's a very interesting bit history to it. I have that there and there and there. Yeah.
Super. Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Ian Manners. I'm a new professor of EU politics here at Lund University. Question one: why doesn't EU play a leading role or shape the future? It doesn't have the intellectual capacity. Sweden doesn't have the intellectual capacity to do so. Today is a great day. It's almost unique in Sweden. The coming together of many of Sweden's leading experts in this forum, it should be a regular, as you said, experience. In Denmark, all MEPs are invited to all public debates, including evidence in the European Committee of the Danish Parliament. It is essential to have your top 21 experts in your country regularly engaging in public debate. What I think is missing from the discussion of EU's future is the exponentiality, going back to the previous speaker of this. Climate crisis is exponentially growing. The Paris Accord is dead. Fertility is exponentially declining. Are we talking about this because every young person in the room today has this in their history, their future, and everything to do with the EU? So let's think a little bit more about that. And finally, what's Sweden's role? You really have to come from outside the UK. I'm a refugee from a failed state. You may have heard of it. It's called England. You really have to be an outsider to see this quite clearly. Sweden is an archetypal social democracy in the broadest sense. It's the only antidote to the rise of the far right that will accelerate and is accelerating with the environmental and socio-democratic crisis that we will face and students in this room will face for the rest of their lives. And yet Swedes don't see that, possibly because they don't have these broad-based conversations. So a question to you all, how can we change that conversation? How can we improve the intellectual capacity of Sweden to deal with and engage with EU questions? Thank you.
Wow, that's yeah, big questions, but very interesting. Thank you very much. I will start with Ylva, since I skipped you again.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. That was a hopeless question. I think you know that. The problem with Sweden playing any sort of role in the EU is not only, like you said, that Sweden doesn't have a view on the EU, how it should work, or what it should do. So we're not going to play a strong role in the EU. And the thing is, the EU today, if you want to have an idea on what the EU should be, you must start with what happens in the world. Because the EU is shaping itself, it's changing every day after the external forces, the climate change, the USA changing, the world order, the war in Israel, Hamas, etc. All of that changes the EU constantly. And if you as a Swede don't have an idea on what the world should be like, or don't even seem to notice that the world is changing, then you can never play a role in the EU, because the EU is the sort of what the outcome of the world changes today. So how can we change that in Sweden? I don't know, because there's plenty of clever people in Sweden, plenty of people interested in these subjects. There's plenty of conversations going on, but somehow it never takes off. No, I don't really have a good answer to you, Ian. Sorry, I don't know how to change that.
Heidi, do you have any?
We could also start with the political parties when the elections are coming up. I always think of this every 5 years. Why don't you send the best and the brightest to Brussels? Why not? Why always those who... Some of them are fantastic, but some of them are people who just couldn't be placed anywhere else. And that's so sad. No names. I mean, if we have 21 Swedes in the parliament, they should be strong, opinionated, good politicians. And it comes to the civil servants too. I just met with Timothy Garton Ash when he was around here with marketing his new book, or the translation of his latest book. And he said that all member countries should do this, send their best civil servants to the unions, because that is so utterly important. And that's my message to you too here. You are the bold and the brightest, the best and the brightest. You should apply for a job there, a career there. EU is not something else. It is where you should do those great things, because if we don't, then Sweden will play no role. And it goes for other countries too, actually, that the national career is so utterly important for many politicians, when the EU should be the place to really influence.
Hear, hear. Very happy to hear you mentioning the need for you, for the brains to apply to work in the European institutions, because we are utterly underrepresented as Swedes, and we read and we are dying out. People like me, we have been there long enough. We are now dying out, and there is no one coming from from behind. So please, please, please consider this. It's the greatest, most fun job that you can have. So consider it for sure. Maria.
No, but just to add to that job market comment, I think it's true, and I think Sweden has had a problem a long time, and that is coming back to this idea that you find in the Swedish government, in the Swedish parties, in Swedish, maybe also in government agencies, that the EU is something secondary. Where it should be, that's where we have our primary sort of, that's where we change the world. That's where we change where Sweden is placed in the world. And if you look at both people who are employed by the government, civil servants, if you look at civil servants in the government agencies, if you look at people who work for the armed forces, the police, others. In other countries, some of them rotate out, and it's those who want to make a career. It's those who have really clear views on what they would like to do. And they rotate out, they come back to their agency with a view both of what is going on also in the European Union, plus it's a good thing in their CV. So for them it's easier to get the next job if they want to come back. In Sweden, it's for a long time been the opposite. It's been not only bad that you wanted to take a leave of absence for some years to actually work for the EU somewhere, but also once you've come back, and a lot of people in agencies say that, it's as if you haven't been away. So you're back to where you started. So all the ones who were still there, they are ahead of you in terms of experience, in how it's been judged on your CV. Plus, it's seen as a little bit bad. You must have
You're not selling this very well now, Maria.
No, but my point is, and I'm not selling it, but this is not selling for the Commission, because obviously that doesn't work the same way. In terms of Commission, you have to actually start. You start working.
No, but we have also national experts and so.
Yeah, so it's so I think also that's something with the mindset that if we keep thinking about the European Union as something that isn't so important, we're going to also get this situation. But if we start thinking about the EU, which is where we actually make the big decisions, then also I think that would change a little bit.
Mm. Well, time is running fast when you're having fun, so I'm sorry I have to not take the two last questions that I saw you had, but to wrap up here and thank the panel and thank you, Ylva, in your parking lot. It was a great pleasure having you, and I think we had a good discussion on Sweden and what Sweden should do, and summing up, EU should focus more on cats and dogs, because then the journalists would write about it. The Swedes are very smart people, but we'll need to take care of our intellectual capacity when it comes to EU. And please consider working for the EU. If it's in the EU institutions or if it's in Sweden with EU issues, I have no opinion on that, but consider it as part of your career plan. So thank you very much for participating today. And oh yeah, I should say, now there's lunch out there that you are very welcome to attend to, and we see you back at 1:15. So thank you very much, and yeah, we'll give you some sweets as well. I always forget this. Only.
Welcome back, all of you here in Stadshallen Lund and all of you following this event online. The power of artificial intelligence has recently gained a lot of traction and interest from business leaders, politicians, academia, and of course also from the public. And there's quite a bit of a dissonance here. Is it the savior of it all? Can we use it for good? Or is it threatening our imminent existence? We will dig deeper into this during this session. And just a little bit of a background. In June this year, the European Parliament adopted its negotiation position on the so-called AI Act, ahead of the members, state governments and the European Commission on the final shape of the law. So this is sort of a work in progress. But once adopted, the European Union will be the first region in the world to legislate around AI. And just last week, the White House, or 2 weeks ago maybe it was, the White House moved forward to inject some sort of control in the development of AI. And doing that, they're mirroring the demand from many of the leading AI business leaders in the United States. So we have today gathered 3 people to discuss this burning, very interesting topic. And first of all, I'd like to welcome, joining us digitally, we have with us Irina Orsic. She is Head of Sector AI Policy at the European Commission, Unit for Artificial Intelligence Policy Development. Wonderful to have you with us here, Irina Orsic. And next to Irina, we have Arba Kokalari, a Swedish member of the European Parliament for the Moderate Party. Good to see you here, Arba, joining us also digitally. And in real life, joining us on stage, we have Mikael Ljungblom, who is Director of Public Policy and International Relations at AI Sweden. So please take your position here next to me. And it's good to stand so you can see the 2 speakers here on this monitor. Otherwise, we will have severe neck problems looking at this way. So you will see us from different perspectives here. So I'd like to start turning to you, Irina Orsic. What would you say has been the most difficult question to tackle when deciding how to design this European Commission proposal? And also, is it even possible to really regulate a digital tool like this that can be pretty much developed anywhere on the planet?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you, even if it is only from far. So, what has been most difficult? We heard it before. AI is very, very good and full of opportunities for our societies, for climate change, for medical questions, for plenty of topics. And at the same time, there are a number of challenges, a number of risks relating to the fundamental rights, when you think about all the, for example, surveillance possibilities of AI, or when you think of the discriminations most of us will have heard of. But also for the safety, when you think about the stories of self-driving cars or others. And so what we needed to combine is to strike the balance between using AI for our societies, for our economies, and not hampering innovation, but really taking a pro-competitive position, but in the same time regulating the risks of fundamental right and safety. And this balance, in a way, you have the innovation, you have also the safety and security of people. And so you need to bring the 3 into balance. And I think that was the main challenge. I think we did it rather well in, first of all, following a product safety approach, which means that not every AI system, when it's being used, needs to be individually looked at, but that when an AI system is being put on the European market or when it's being used on the European market, before that, it needs to undergo once a certification process. This is like you're building a new car or something, or airplane, and before the type gets for the first time really on the market, or also for pills, for medicine, you really need to test it. You really need to make sure that it's safe. But once you have done this, you have like normal controls, but not too much really of burdens. So this is the one thing we did, and the other thing we did is that we took a risk-based approach, meaning that we are not regulating all AI, but only AI where we see a particular risk to fundamental rights, health, and safety. So this was for us the way basically to try to get around the question, like, how do we balance innovation against protection, to take this very tailored approach. And then the second question about how it is possible, or whether it's possible at all, to regulate in a world where AI can be built anywhere. It is possible. I hope we see soon the proof. There are two important points to that. First of all, the AI Act would apply to all systems being brought on the European market or being used on the European market, again, if they're being considered to be high risk. And that means that also the AI being built anywhere else in the world would need to comply with our requirements we are having for high-risk AI. So then you can say, okay, all the European companies now will go away and they will build it from the US and from other places. And indeed, this is always a danger when you're regulating. But the moment they want to put the AI system back on the European market, they want also people here to use it, they will have to comply with it. So therefore, we believe that this will not be completely impossible, and that the European market is still interesting enough for companies to comply with the requirements, of which I also want to say that, like, if you look into the requirements, in a way they're very logic. This is something I think anyway every thoughtful AI developer should think of. This is nothing outrageous or extraordinary. And just one more point, that we are also very much engaging in international cooperation. We are very close with the OECD, with the G7, where we are also part now of the process of the adoption of the principles and code. We are with the G20, we are with UNESCO, we are with the United Nations, with the Council of Europe. So we really try also to look into international coherence, and we're not the only one talking regulation. So really to see that certain things like definitions are commonly accepted, that we are all talking about similar things. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina Orsic. I'd like to turn to Abba Kokalari and hear your points of view on this topic from your parliamentarian perspective. Would you say that AI is a threat to humanity? Just to start you out.
No, I don't think that AI is a threat to humanity. I think it's a fantastic possibility for the progress and well-being for humanity. I think there are risks that we need to take it. All technologies has risks. Everything in the technological development you can use for good things and for bad things. And I think it's important to address that we need to have this innovation and not to being drawn down by to scare people that this is something dangerous or this needs to be stopped.
So your thoughts after having listened to Commissioner Orsic here, is it important to regulate this, and also from your perspective, what is the most important issue here to tackle?
Yes, I've been listening. It was a very interesting approach from the EU Commission, from Irina Orsic. I share the perspective that we need to tackle AI in the sense that we need to flourish and incentivize innovation, but we also need to address the risk approaches. So in my sense, I think it's a good thing that the proposal is approaching AI on a risk-based approach. And I see that it's something also being done by the executive order from Joe Biden in the US, the G7 agreement that was made at the same week. But I think at the same time that the legislation or the proposal from the EU on the AI Act, it's too bureaucratic and too much on banning technology rather than banning the bad behavior and the risks of AI. And I'm a little bit afraid because I'm honestly a bit disappointed of where this legislation came. Instead of, I mean, we have a fantastic development, and in Sweden especially, we have so many startups and companies and innovators that are currently using AI to create fantastic products and services. And AI is so important right now in the healthcare system to detect diseases, to combat cancer. It's very important for us to tackle the climate change, so we can reduce emission, we can track emissions, and then we cannot have a legislation that's saying that you cannot use basically data in the way that people are doing now, because what will happen is that all of these startups will they will not continue anymore, and the ones who want to continue with this innovation will go to the US or they will go to China, and that would be a disaster for European competitiveness, for our jobs and our prosperity now and in the future.
Thank you, Rebecka Carlsson. I see the real-life speaker here, Mikael, is nodding, but I'll let you in soon. I just need to get a comment from Irina Orsic, of course, to what Rebecka Carlsson just said.
Not an easy one. No, we perfectly see the point, and there are very, very few systems we are really banning. The systems we are banning are relating to the manipulation of people, to social scoring, and to real-time biometrics. All the rest, we continue being good AI. We are not banning it. But if there is a high risk, we want to see certain requirements being complied with. And indeed, there is also a requirement with regard to the quality of data. But this does not mean that you cannot use data, but that you need to use appropriate data. So one of the famous examples is indeed if I'm having a recruitment system, and I look into a company like what kind of engineers have they employed over the last 50 years, and I believe that this is the key for success, then I will see that there is a majority of men. And since the AI is also partially self-learning, it might happen, and there are examples, that as a matter of principle, the AI throws out all women, because in the past they were not taken so frequently. So what we want to see is that the data not only looks into the last 50 years, because the AI is always perpetuating what we already have, but that either you balance the data or you make sure that the algorithm basically gets in here to avoid that kind of bias which has been there for a long time, which is also a societal bias. And with that, we believe that the AI really also becomes a system for the good and for the better in our societies.
Thank you, Irina Orsic. I'd like to turn back to Abab, and then it's you, Michael. I know you're eager to get in there, and you will definitely get plenty of questions. But Abab, I'm curious, how does your group in the parliament differ in these perspectives from the Social Democrats, from the left, and from the far right?
Well, the biggest political battle that we've had in the European Parliament is that we from the center-right do not want to ban our police to find a terrorist in a current terrorist attack. So what my political opponents from the left side of the House of the European Parliament, from the Greens, from the left, from the Social Democrats, we had to fight that they wanted to totally ban face recognition to be used by the police in our countries when they are chasing a terrorist in an airport or in a central station, for example. And I think that's unacceptable. We need to have some kind of exceptions where these kind of techniques is used. Otherwise, it will be very harmful for our societies, and it will also be developed that face recognition techniques will be developed even more in China. Then they will lead the techniques when it comes to face recognition. And I think that's a dangerous development. So what the European Parliament counter proposal from the Commissions, which was a little bit better, is that the Parliament want to totally ban face recognition. So that's a big difference. And another difference is that we don't, and I don't want that we have a law that regulate in detail how ChatGPT and the GPTs will be functioning, because when this law will be ready and come into enter into force, then we will have other kind of ChatGPTs and other kind of services which are using language models. And I know AI Sweden has developed the first Nordic sort of ChatGPT, and that's fantastic. So this law is really being out of date before it will come and enter into force. And I think the act, we need to be technology neutral and address that, no, you cannot use AI to cheat people, to cheat consumers, to commit crimes and other illegal things. And right now, the proposal from the EU is not only focusing on that, but is controlling the technology at a whole.
Thank you very much, Rebecka Carlsson. Of course, we did have we're supposed to have a representative from the Social Democrats here on with us, but he unfortunately could not make it today. So we'll have your voice in this and not the other side. But thank you for sharing. Mikael Ljungblom, finally, do you support, first question, the drive to legislate AI?
I think we need to think carefully about how do we legislate. Do we want to regulate technology, or do we want to regulate outcomes or bad outcomes or unintended outcomes from technology? That goes in general. So if we take the example, for example, in a recruitment procedure, do we want to ban discrimination, or do we want to ban discrimination made with AI? Is it then okay to do it if you don't use AI? I think we need to think carefully about these issues.
So do you trust the political level to handle this mega challenge? Because it is a mega challenge.
It's an immense challenge. And I think, we see different approaches across the world. The EU is doing it one way. The UK has a different approach. They are looking at it sector by sector and having a few guiding principles horizontally. I think that's interesting. Do I trust the legislator to legislate? Well, yeah, I have to, and I think we've had a positive development for sure in terms of understanding of the technology from the time when the Commission actually made a proposal and to where the negotiations are now. I think at least in the Council and parts of the Commission, we have a sort of greater understanding of the technology and the scope of it. Yeah.
So from having listened to Irina here in Arba, and also of course your general in-depth understanding of this, which risks would you see are the biggest when it comes to legislation?
I would say that the biggest risk is that we might miss the sort of policy aims that we have. We want to make sure that we don't have any risks of using the technology, but by regulating technology, you will always lag behind. I mean, you will never keep up to date with a general purpose technology that is developing so fast. So you will always lag behind, and that means that you might sort of risk both benefits and not regulating the real risks because you're lagging. So that's a problem, and that's why I think that we need to look a little bit about at the issues of what do we want to prohibit, what kind of outcomes do we want to address. I think that's a better entrance into the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Reactions from Irina Orsic and Arba Kokalari on what Mikael Ljungbrun just said, please.
I would have one, but I leave Arba the floor first, if she wants.
Go ahead, Arba.
Okay, yeah, I totally agree with Mikael and AI Sweden that this development is going extremely fast. Every day something new is happening. And I think it's a little bit like trying to over-regulate the internet in the 90s, like we are doing right now in AI, but everything is going much faster. We need to regulate the behaviors. That you cannot use AI to discriminate people, like it was mentioned here, or to commit crimes, or to cheat a consumer. And in some sense, we have laws against those kind of behaviors. We have the GDPR, which is really strong in how companies can use and cannot use data, personal data. We have laws on unfair commercial practices, of how you can treat and not treat consumers, so you not commit fraud. We have sectoral legislation when other democratic countries, because if we do not come together and set the rules of AI, then China will do it, because they are also investing very heavily. And I would be very afraid if the AI standards would be made by China. So this is not only a matter of technology, business, it's a matter of geopolitics and also fundamental freedoms.
Thank you very much, Arba Kokalari. Irina Orsic, please, your responses here.
It's wonderful. I'm in complete agreement. First point on that there is already quite some legislation in force, and this indeed also on discrimination. Yes, absolutely. And what we are trying with the AI Act is to help enforcing the existing legislation, because AI has some specific features like the black box, the non-predictability, and so on. It's not always easy to know why an AI is doing what it does. And this is why it is not always easy to see what is happening with existing legislation. So did I not get the job, to stay with that example, because I'm a woman, or did I not get the job because somebody else was objectively better qualified? And because it's so difficult to trace that up when you're dealing with an AI, we got these requirements to make it in a way a bit more transparent, indeed without disclosing business secrets. But so we really want to facilitate the implementation, the enforcement of the existing legislation, and not creating new rights or new obligations. So I think a number of the things we're regulating anyway, if it came to liability questions, that everybody would say, yeah, but this is normal. This is something one has to do. Then the second point, and that brings me also back to your first question. Indeed, one of the other main challenges when doing the legislation was to make it future-proof, because we know that the way our legislative processes work, they have been designed a long time ago, and nobody was thinking of these very, very fast-moving technologies we are dealing with now. So we used a couple of legal techniques to make sure that certain features of the AI Act can be swiftly adapted if there is a need, and indeed including the co-legislators, so still listening to the Parliament and the Council, but in some sort of an accelerated special procedure, which in our jargon is called delegated or implementing acts. But this was a key feature, and indeed, it's super interesting what is going to happen with who's the next ChatGPT. Will this put everything in question? But we were trying what we could. And then the third one, the international, I completely agree. This is absolutely key. I said before, we are collaborating multilaterally. We also have a number of bilateral relationships, for example, with Canada, with Japan, with the US, the TTC, and others. And what is really key, that with the requirements we're having, they will be standardized. So there will be industry standards, and there are also companies not from Europe are very strong in the standardization groups to make really sure that this is easy to implement for industry, but also not only for European industry, there we also have a more global approach.
Thank you very much. Mikael Ljungblom, I'm keen to hear your reflections here.
No, I mean, I just wanted to make the same point as before. I mean, if we're speaking about AI being used in a recruitment process, and we say we can't know if there was discrimination or not, but can you know that if it was a human process? How would you know? I mean, you have the same issue, right? That's just the point I wanted to make.
So before I let the audience in, because we actually have, lo and behold, 18 minutes to go, so there'll be time for plenty of questions. What would you suggest we do? How should we maneuver around this territory?
I mean, let's consider the facts. The discussion and the negotiations are already far advanced. I mean, we have a trilogue process at the moment, so we're on the verge of legislating. Let's see if they can, if you can agree. But I think the key things now is to firstly make sure that the legislation is easy to understand. We've made some surveys with startups and others, and they are finding it very hard at the moment. Let's see how it pans out. The second thing is we really need to make sure that we don't stifle innovation in Europe and make all the companies do their development somewhere else. And then, of course, the EU is a big market, and many companies will want to sort of go into that market. But we don't want to end up as users of other people's products, right? I mean, we want to do products ourselves. So I think that's a key component now.
Just a follow-up question, just to clarify, all of you are have keen interest in the EU. Just tell us a bit about the trilogue process and the timing of it related to what we're seeing here.
Well, I think we have maybe other people who are better at this, but I'll make an attempt and correct me if I'm wrong.
That's a good idea.
But I think at the moment now there's a process where the Council, the Commission, and the European Parliament are sort of doing their final negotiations from their different positions, and that is the negotiation that takes place just before you sort of finish your legislation.
You probably all knew this. I just wanted to make sure that everybody did. So Irina, the timeline, I think that falls on you to sort of give us a highlight or run through. What is the timeline, do you think, for this to be put in place?
So you all know indeed that there are elections for the European Parliament next year, and we all want to see the an AI Act adopted before the legislation, because otherwise the Parliament will have new committees, new rapporteurs, but then there is also going to be a new commission. So probably if we miss that deadline, which is not a real one, we can really start rethinking a number of things. But okay, then it would show how future-proof the AI Act is. But so we all want to see it adopted before the elections in June. Now we have a next, what we call trilogue, so these discussions with the Parliament, the Council and the Commission on the 6th of December. And we very much hope that there we will find agreement on the main outstanding political topics. And then afterwards, there would still be recitals and a lot of other details and cleaning of text or something. But that really we have the final text then in the beginning of February in order to make the deadline for the election. So this is what everybody informally committed to, but then the devil always lies in the details. So let's see whether there will be agreement or not. There is still a couple of topics where for now opinions are not exactly very close to each other. So it remains to be seen.
Thank you. But would you like to add anything to this timeline? Any insights from the parliamentarian side?
Yeah, I know that there is still a lot of divisions because the European Parliament's negotiative team and their position from the Parliament, which is very divided. It was not unanimity, as I told you. The side that wanted a more restrictive, innovation-driven legislation won with a small majority. So we have our own divisions in the Parliament, and those kind of conflicts they have now also in the negotiations with the EU governments in the trilogues. So I understand that there is a lot of discussions right now between the institutions, and we'll see if you will come or they will come into agreement in the 6th of December. But I also want to urge the EU Commission, which is usually the voice of reason when it comes to legislations, because I also sit in, I do also much of the digital legislations, and when I did the Digital Services Act, which is implemented now, that the EU Commission's voice is very important. And I really want to highlight that now when we have a G7 agreement on board, which I know the EU and our Commission President was very driven in making that happen. Now when we have the American and Joe Biden's executive order, please take those things into account. I don't know if we have anything, but I would love to hear what Irina thinks about what are the things that we can have that our partners did that we can have in the AI Act, and if there are things that are more controversial that we probably need to evaluate that we have in the AI Act, which our American and democratic allies have not have. So please make sure that AI Act is coherent with our partners.
Well, thank you very much, Arba. I think that was sort of a question to Irina, but I think we need to open up for the questions from the room here, and if there is time, I'll bounce it back to you, Irina Orsic. So hands up for questions. We have runners with microphones. We have one straight here. Please state your name, and if you are representing any organization or faculty, please tell us.
Hello, I'm president of Global Policy Research Group, a think tank based in Lund. I wanted to ask you about the Brussels effect. We saw it to some extent in climate change. There's more and more countries changing their legislations after the EU. Do you expect something similar in this space? I mean, US in the end, released their executive order after the European AI Act, and can we see such Brussels effect for AI?
Mm-hmm. Who would like to grab that one?
Go ahead, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Irina, you want to start?
No, I can start. Well, I said before that the AI Act would apply to all the AI systems being put on the European market or being used on the European market. And I also said that the requirements would be standardized. If we take these two elements together, I believe that there could be something like a Brussels effect. So in the meaning that also in other parts of the world, the same rules are being followed, be it because it's compulsory, and this is what we can see, for example, Brazil is now having also an AI law, which is very similar to ours, or be it just because they have the standards and they know that when they put their system on our market, it needs to be compliant. So it makes sense for them to be compliant by design from the beginning. So I think that this could happen, and indeed that would be interesting. And just to get quickly to Abba's point, so in terms of principles, what the US is doing, what the G7 is doing, or what we are doing, it's based on very, very similar principles, which also helps not only with the Brussels effect, but with a global effect. Because we all believe in a certain fairness and a certain transparency and other things. So I believe very well that there will be a global level, which might differ in some points also because of cultural differences. But at the end, at least with our what we call like-minded friends, I think there will be quite a coherent level of what is happening in the practice. And just one last point, what we should never forget, because there's always complaint that Europe is regulating so much, but we are very much ex-ante regulating. But if you look, for example, at the US, you have all the post-regulation, and you have horrendous liability rules if something goes wrong. Those you don't have in Europe. There you have very clear liability rules. So you also have the two sides of the coin, and this is also why it is of interest to companies from countries where there are considerable liability rules to play by certain rules, to play by certain principles. So yes, I believe in something like global convergence.
Thank you, Irina Orsic. Abba Kokolar, would you like to add?
Yeah, shortly. I think the Brussels effect will be on the outcome of the AI Act. If it's going to be, like Irina said, that is coherent with the international points that we have from the US, UK, and G7, or if we're totally going to go with the position of the European Parliament's slim majority to basically ban technology and to overload our startups and innovators with tons of with demands and compliance, and nobody will have even the resources to handle the bureaucracy that is needed to develop AI. And it's not only the AI Act. We have had so many new laws during these couple of years, and not all of them have entered into force yet. And the most common question I get from startups and the technology-driven companies, like, how will AI Act work with Cyber Resilience Act? How it will work with the second law, the third law, the fourth law? It's like, so many layers of new laws. So it's the total amount of laws right now dealing with innovation and tech, which is huge. And that is something that will become a problem, and that will not be such a good Brussels effect in the end.
Thank you for sharing that insight, Alba Kokolari. Let's look up into the audience here and see if we have more questions. Hands up, please. Microphone ready. Over here. Perfect. Up front here.
Marie from Europe Direct South Denmark. I'd like to hear what is this discussion on the environmental impact of AI.
Thank you. The environmental impact of AI. I think it's Michael's turn. Mikael, yes.
Well, I mean, you can look at this from two angles, I think. One of them is how can AI sort of empower new solutions and a development that we need in terms of reaching our goals, right? I mean, that's one thing. The other thing is AI consuming a lot of energy? Yes. Can this be done in a more efficient way? Probably. Should we try to regulate again how specifically AI consumes energy, or should we look at what kind of incentives do we have for consuming energy in general? Probably the latter.
Thank you. Would you like to add? You don't have to. You don't have to, because then we can take one more question. So if it's not pressing, is it okay? Great. Over here. Thanks for understanding. Well, you see them. There's a lot of no, you don't see the audience. No, you don't. So it's a fantastic crowd here. So, yes.
Hello, I'm Moltina Lungu, and I'm a Lund University student.
And my question was based on what you already said, because you were talking about the way of regulating. You were looking at the technological approach or anti-discriminatory approach. You were talking about the outcome approach. So we were talking a lot about way of regulating. But I'm curious, how is liability going to work in this case? Is going EU to be part of the liability process, or is it going to be more left to the member states in order to see who's liable for the defects and the breaches of the potential AI Act or further other AI regulations? Thank you.
Thank you. Irina or Alba, who's the quickest here?
I can be very short on it.
Okay.
So the Commission also made a proposal for a liability directive. That was last year in September. Directive means that it needs to be transposed by member states, so it does not have like a regulation what the AI Act is an immediate effect. But liability in general will stay in the responsibility of member states. There are just a few elements in this directive on how to deal with liability questions when it comes to AI. And one thing is that, indeed, when you are compliant with the AI Act, it is assumed that there is no liability normally.
Thank you.
And this, that's last word. This directive is still being negotiated, and it will still take a bit of time.
Mm. Last question, please. Then we do one more question from the gentleman here at front.
Thank you. There has been some rumors that last Friday the negotiations hit the brakes in the AI Act over foundation models. What's the prospects of that affecting the EU AI Act finalized before the elections?
Thank you. Go ahead. Alba.
I don't have that kind of insight. Maybe Irina has, but if I can just mention on one small thing on how to regulate in this very, fast-driven digitalization is I've been thinking of three things. In able to find a balance when you regulate tech and digital, you need to think about finding the middle of the triangle, that you need to think about safety, stop illegal things online. Secondly, you have to make sure that we do not stop freedom of expression online. And thirdly, to have a fair competition online. And that is the most important thing, I think, when we are trying to regulate. It could be AI, it could be social media, e-commerce, or other kind of digital technologies, that we need to always find the balance between those three things.
Thank you. So, Irina Orsic, was there a sort of a glitch or a stop in the process that the question referred to?
Yes, there was. There were a couple of news articles that a delegation from the parliament left the negotiations about some questions where they found that the opinions by the member states were so different that it would not make sense to continue the discussions at this point. But I'm confident that also on these points at the end a solution will be found, and I hope I'm not over-optimistic.
Thank you. Mikael, I'll let you have the last word here. If we would meet here next year and talk about AI, what have happened? What has happened?
I mean, let's see what happens on the 6th of December. But one thing that will happen is that we from AI Sweden will have put our large language model available for commercial use. That is happening soon.
Soon
but it will have happened next year.
As when?
Maybe tomorrow.
Oh dear, that's soon.
So well, yeah, look out in the news.
Well, thank you very much, Alba Kokalari, for joining us, and also Irina Orsic. Great to have you on board in this session, and Mikael Ljungblom. Will be fascinating to hear more about the AI Act coming up, what's happening, and of course AI Sweden and your work. This is really exciting. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there will be some chocolate for Mikael. Here we go. The ladies cannot have chocolate. All right. There might be some chocolate actually outside for you. Yesterday it was a chocolate cake. We don't know, but it's fika anyway. 30 minutes fika, and see you back then at 2:30. Welcome back. Now we're all juiced up with caffeine and kanelbullar. Right. I hope those of you following the event online also got a chance to get away from the computer. This is a message for those of you here present in Stadshallen. Somebody forgot a telephone, an iPhone or an Android, I don't know, a telephone here in this concert hall. And if you left it behind, you can fetch it downstairs at the registration office. All right. We now have two very exciting keynotes lined up for you. And the first one is about emerging industry and technologies of power. That's a very cool title. Innovation and European sovereignty. And let's hope we get time for questions from you, so please stay alert. And it's my honor to welcome Henric Jonsson, Professor and Global Head of Science and Innovation at Business Sweden. A warm hand.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here to speak about this. I try to make as complex title as possible, but hopefully I can clarify it. It's an honor later also to be here with the students and also Folke Rydén. For me, he's a living legend. I was a former diplomat and a visiting professor at Stanford University. So Mr. Rydén as a diplomat and what he did as a SVT correspondent is unique. So that would be an honor to share the stage later. So we are in a perfect storm of global challenges with a dimension of a complexity that we've never seen before. That in combination with a geopolitical competition is very, very complex and hard to challenge. And if we look into the climate issues, my view is that the only way to solve the climate issue, except for change of human behavior, is to work with technology and innovation. And a lot of that technology and innovation will come from the emerging industry and the technologies of power. And I hope during this talk that I will give you a feeling, because I'm very data-driven myself, I think data is necessary to show and talk about, that you will have a feeling of where is Europe, where is Sweden, and what can we maybe do about it in the future. So that's what I'm trying to put into this slide here. First, 2/3, and this is a quotation from the Swedish research bill. We will soon have a new one, but 2/3 of Europe's growth is based on research. We need to realize the impact of science and research and how that can then be transferred into business and change of those critical issues that I mentioned about. But keep this in mind when you make decisions in the future, because I see many students here, and I hope you will be the future leaders, that research is very, very important to do that. So how is Sweden doing in this case? And many of you maybe are international students. You heard that Sweden is an innovation power, a nation where we had a huge impact on things that we produce and that we use on a global scale. So I wanted to inspire you, give you a number of visionary or pictures here showing you what we have done in Sweden. That doesn't mean that we should relax and think that we don't have to do more, but just to give you a feeling what one nation can do and what some researchers and engineers can do together. So starting with this, the mobile telephony and Bluetooth. We all here in Lund, it's here, some people claim Stockholm, but Ericsson, of course, the GSM, NMT system, the Bluetooth, together with researchers here at Lund University and other academic institutions, made a fantastic job to create this vision to become a reality. The adjustable wrench, 92 I wrote? We all used it, I guess, also Swedish innovation. The 3-point seatbelt, an open innovation that was given away to save lives in all future cars. That is a Swedish innovation. This happy little fellow sitting in a rear-facing car safety seats, also coming from this nation. The marine propeller, 1850. The safety match. The Aga Lighthouse, very important if you are in the marine domain. The modern refrigerator, Electrolux, of course, and the Tetra Pak beverage packing, also Lund. I think you're very lucky in this region, something in the water. So that is, of course, something that we all use today. The household vacuum cleaner, I can continue here, but just to give you a few Celsius temperature, a Swedish scale, the Carl von Linné that categorized the nature, impressive work, ultrasound. If you have kids, you get it. I think now you can get 3-dimension pictures based on ultrasound. I had the 2-dimensional pictures of my 3 kids, and it's an amazing tool, and also used in life science in other very critical situations. The dental implant, also useful. The pacemaker. Think about this. I mean, it's one doctor that came up with this idea, tested, and now it's a global innovation used. The dialysis machine, the zipper. So if you're from Switzerland, you claim this is not Swedish, this is from Switzerland. I think maybe in the middle somewhere, but we both did a good job. Talking about digitalization, Skype, Spotify, of course, the ball bearing, SKF in Gothenburg. It's fantastic when we combine this knowledge of what is it that we use, we create a vision, etc. But what lays ahead of us and what do we see? Of course, the large-scale infrastructure will have a huge impact, and I will talk a little bit later on this coming from a US side. But we are unique in this sense that we have at least 3 national labs. We have Max 4, owned by and run by Lund University. You have the European Spallation Source, which is neighbor. And now together we create this Science Village Scandinavia. Thousands of researchers and international connections will come here to Sweden and perform groundbreaking basic research, but in combination with applications. This will have a very large impact on Europe and the sovereignty on that. But research cannot be done isolated. It has to be done together in cooperation. But it's very complex now with the geopolitical situation. And how do we deal with that from a European and Swedish perspective? We have SciLife Lab, 4 universities in Stockholm running with the Wallenberg Foundation, etc. And then we have S-RAIN Space Labs in Sweden. But I think it's fairly unique that we come together, European member state, we finance like the European Spallation Source, and we create an infrastructure that will be used for a long time. We claim that we are a big data country. We want to be. We are already. The amount of data that is generated here, based on AI, etc., will have a huge impact on what we see in life science, new materials, etc., etc. So why have we been so successful so far? I will give a few remarks on that, what I think. Openness and curiosity has been crucial. Sweden is 0.13% of the global population. 0.13%. The market for any innovations, research coming out, going from research to business, is of course very small. So we need to collaborate globally with others to create that impact. So it's in our DNA from the beginning. We do not have the Chinese, Asia, or US market from day one. It's always been like this. Maybe we have the Nordic, etc. But we needed to go abroad. Academic excellence. We have 3% of the world's top 100 universities. It's pretty impressive since we only 0.13% of the global population. Of course, rankings, we should always be careful, but it is, and I know it's also the priority of the current Swedish government that we work with academic excellence, innovation, and internationalization. That combination, how we do that, will be crucial for Europe and the Swedish sovereignty in the future. Another thing is, as I mentioned, that we're totally dependent on the surroundings. This is trade numbers. Since I work for Business Sweden, we are the Swedish government's tool for trade, for export and investment towards Sweden. That's what we do. We support Swedish industry to go abroad, and we support international investments to come to Sweden. So why is this so important? Because 50% of Sweden's GDP comes from export. That's how dependent we are. So we should not close any borders. We should be more open and transparent, dealing with geopolitical issues, as I mentioned. But this is crucial for our growth, not only in Sweden, but in Europe. How do we continue to collaborate? And 50% of Sweden's exports come from foreign companies. 50% of those, half of them. Have you seen those figures before? It was new for me when I started at Business Sweden. Just to give you a feeling of where we are, the US, for a Swedish perspective, the US is more important than China for a Swedish company. Of course, our export goes mostly to Europe, 72%, to US 9%, and China 6%. So US is very, very important for our business, what we do. If we look of those going to the 6 countries that stand for 50% of the total export, you see that they are Norway, Germany, USA, Denmark, Finland, and UK. Very regional. And that's a new phenomena in this world, that the supply chains, etc., the industry, the emerging technologies bring those closer and closer to your countries. Because supply chains are very, very complex. And it's also in line with what we do in Sweden to create our growth, that we do it very narrow. But on the other hand, if you look at all the other countries on this scale here, the innovations are not, of course, limited to those first areas, the first countries. The innovation hubs in Tel Aviv, in Singapore, in Boston, in Brazil, is unique depending on what they have built up knowledge, competence within. So in order for us to continue to create growth, we need to collaborate more internationally. And I will also come to that a little bit later as a conclusion. Looking from the Chinese side, of course, the China exports is that Europe is very important, 21%, and US is 18%. Just to give you those numbers. And China, in this case, is third most important for US. Of course, Mexico and Canada is very important, Europe is important, and the rest of Asia as well. That you see the dependency in trade between that. So now going back a little bit more, why are we successful? We have extensive investment in R&D. This is very, very crucial and important that we continue to support. This is the GDP number. We actually increased a little bit, 3.4, or actually closer to 3.5, I think it is, that the Swedish GDP we spend on R&D. Somewhere ranked top 5 in the world, based on our numbers. And this is the proportion of where we spend the R&D funding. I told you it should be a little bit data-driven, but it's important to understand, we're talking about that we have an amazing innovation system, but we also have future issues to deal with. But you see that the industry is around 60%, 61% spending on R&D, and the blue one, 1/3, 28% roughly, is coming from the government, the federal funding. And now we want to increase, of course, the federal funding to go in. But we should also look back and think that Sweden is doing pretty well. This is the funding, it's in Swedish, but funding to universities, Swedish universities, from the Swedish government funding model. So we are in this case number 3 compared to other countries with our numbers. Should we be happy with this? Yeah, we should be happy. But now looking at it at the global competition, I mentioned that the first sentences. We are in a geopolitical competition from Europe with a few other continents, and we are in the middle. So to give you one example is Stanford University. I know it's an extreme. Stanford University is located south of San Francisco in the Silicon Valley Bay Area. And to give you some data, this is the data. The first one is more of fun. It's 150,000 visitors annually, their parents, etc. But it's a circus if you've been there. They have this visiting center to show the beautiful campus. But look at the other numbers. 16,000 students in total pretty small university compared to Lund, maybe half the size of Lund, correct me if I'm wrong. 4% acceptance rate. It's pretty hard to get in. And they have a little bit different application system than here in Europe and Sweden. I should say only 2,100 faculty members, full professors working. 36 Nobel Prizes. 20 or 21 of them are still alive. They received more or less Nobel Prizes for the past years. 4 Pulitzer Prize, 270 Olympic Games. They take sports seriously, and they build facilities around it. Look at those numbers now. The enterprise, the turnover, I should say, around the hospital, the clinical studies, is $8.2 billion US. The endowment saved money on the account. In Sweden, we talk about myndighetskapital. I know, fully aware that we have a totally different financial system. This is a private university, but just to give you perspective, when we talk about global competitiveness with other universities and where we compete and collaborate, the endowment, the saved cash they have is $36.3 billion. How is it even possible to collect that? The revenue coming from the industry, and you see the last point is that Stanford alumni by themselves created 39,900 companies coming out from Stanford, spin out from Stanford. And of course they create a royalty revenue. Google is probably one of the most famous company on that list of almost 40,000 companies. But they create a revenue for Stanford about $100 million. The donation average, I will say, per year is about $1 billion. It's increased in donations. They have about 300 people working for them at the development unit to support that. So it's, of course, it's a machinery. It's not done by itself. So $1 billion in donations from alumni and $100 million in royalty from the industry. It's a factor of 10, right? What does that say? That if you have a happy, successful student, he or she will bring back revenue as donation 10 times more than the industry is doing. So what does that mean in terms of prioritization of the university? It's a student education-driven facility that put the students in the center. We do that in Sweden too, but I also see that when you get promotion, etc., it's a lot about research, what you publish. Here it's a combination, but just looking at those numbers, it's so important to create that high-quality educational program with a student-centric approach, and that gives this revenue. And then you see some other Stanford entrepreneurs. Just wanted to give you a feeling about what is the top universities globally look like. And I know I put an academic monster on the table, but this is the reality. We also see now that the total, this is R&D investment in percentage of your GDP. In the USA is top there, reaching 3.5%. Europe is the purple. Is passed now by China, the light green at the end. Talking about EU sovereignty, we are now passed by both US and China when it comes to R&D investments of your GDP. That was done a few years ago. I recommend you, it's in Swedish, this was recently published by Vinnova, the Swedish agency. This is the referrer response to the research bill, forskningspropositionen. Go into vinnova.se's homepage. They also done some proposals from the Energy Agency together with some other funding agency in Sweden with a referral proposal. But Vinnova's omvärldsanalys, I will highly recommend you to go in. They have a lot of numbers, figures, for you to see where we are with Europe, together with Europe, where we lack, where we are ahead, etc. This is what they say as a conclusion. Large R&D investment in many countries and regions. Sweden is losing ground. The EU gathers strength. Sweden is poorly equipped to take advantage of the EU investments. So we need to step up with the industry, with the government, and with the academia, and support them. And this is important for every European country, and together that mass will have a huge impact on European growth. This is just to give you one data that we see Swedish financing from EU's frame programs. I know Swedish is less than even in Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Austria right now. So the view that I started with, that we are an innovation nation, we believe in that, we do. We have fantastic industry in academia, but it's happening so fast with such a tremendous amount of global financing in innovation and R&D that we need to do something now. Really, really urgent to solve those global challenges, especially in climate. So what are the EU policy trends that I and we now see together? The EU policy from the Commission are three, more or less what I wrote here. It's the digitalization, the Green Deal, and resilience. Resilience has been more or less been focusing on the pandemic, COVID, of course, but it's now turning over to resilience and security in terms of what's happening in Ukraine and other parts around Europe. Sustainability, of course, is a paradgren, as we say in Sweden, one of our front areas. But if you put these together, there is something popping up which has created now, I should say, a change. It will be a big impact of Swedish innovation system in the future, and that is the synergies between civil and military application and use, and in research around that. Some people call it the dual use perspective. Think about that, and then think about this picture. I didn't put Russia into this picture or Ukraine. And from the embassy in Washington, D.C., I can promise you that we did our best, and the ambassador and the government, to highlight Russia. Don't forget Russia before Ukraine. And now we know, unfortunately, the result. But this is what we see here, the US and China, and the Europe is in the middle. President Trump, he talked about the trade war with China. For me, it's not really a trade war. Of course, it has an impact. I show you the numbers of trade. But this is an innovation and technology race related to national security. The first country or continent that creates a working quantum computer. We're getting closer and closer. Sweden is really, really doing well with the Wallenberg programs around Chalmers and a few other universities. Fantastic innovation and research going on. But those countries that develop that emerging technologies, and emerging technologies are in life science, space, new material, we heard AI previously and quantum, etc. That is deep tech, emerging technologies. They will have such an advantage on national security and probably the force that drives innovation, and probably the reason why US, Israel, Singapore, etc. is so advanced and highly ranked in innovation and impact. President Roosevelt, after the Second World War, he put the first science advisor in the administration, Dr. Bush, many Bush in that administration. He gave Dr. Bush a mission, 4 questions to answer. The response to that was the start of the National Science Foundation, the 17 national labs run by Department of Energy, 17. I showed you 3 with a population of 10 million, impressive in Sweden. 40% of the Nobel laureates are Americans or connected to US. So there must be something in the water. And I believe it has to do with what we see here in national security and that combination. Silicon Valley would not exist with all the platforms of Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Oracle, etc., if this didn't exist. And where is Sweden now heading with NATO? The defense industry, the dual use perspective. Do we have a possibility to think like this? Yes. Do we need to create that culture? If we do that, I think we will see an exponential growth in Europe, and resilience was one of them. But we need to understand the mechanism of what I just presented and how important this is in the civil sector, because there is so much knowledge here. My internal compass as a professor in computer science, I would not a few years ago worked with these issues. But I changed my mind because democracy and things happening around us that changed at least my view on it. And this has been going on in those nations for a long time. But we need ethics. We need to talk about things, put research into that, social science and humanities, in combination with technology and other scientific areas. Some data-driven approach again. This is the VC investment, venture capital, private funding in deep tech, and I told you what deep tech is before, by startups 2020, 2022. You see US, $166 billion is coming from venture private capitals into deep tech. Of course, this is Boston, Silicon Valley, Seattle area. Europe 52, China 34, probably in reality like this, we don't know. European sovereignty, emerging technology, 52 million. And I mentioned that half of the GDP is coming from international investment in Sweden. It's the same here. Half of that 52 is coming from international investors towards Europe. So we spend about 26 billion US dollars ourselves, compared to this geopolitical race of technology and innovation. Who needs to step up? In terms of strategy, policy, to understand that. So we need to do it fast, to don't lose if there is a race, but we need to do something about it. I think also we need to support a very early stage of innovation into this. Early stage of innovation. This is the TRL scale. Study it if you don't know it. It's a technology readiness level scale. 10 or 9 here is that you have the product. It started at 0 and 1 as basic research. It increased up to application developed, proof of concept. Most of the research institute in Sweden, we have something called RISE. They work in the middle. Max for ESS, Lund, Uppsala, those universities are on the 0, 1 and 2 maybe. Business Sweden, we work with the very mature companies, support them on the 9 to 10 scale. But we need to, based on the deep tech and emerging tech, the forefront technology, support them much earlier with investment, funding, etc., and create a system to speed up and accelerate this process. So we need to create what I think is this global innovation connector system. At Business Sweden, we have 53 offices out there. You have the embassies, etc., etc. Vinnova is based in Silicon Valley. But we need to support the whole ecosystem to go more global, to collaborate, being that matchmaking functions out there to support you. We need to create better and larger mobility programs. We talk about coming in to Europe, that we need more resources and talent moving into Europe. That's fantastic, we need that. But we also need to kick you out from Europe and Sweden, going to those innovation hubs globally, learn, create network, maybe make some money, And at the end of the road, love, visa, and money ends, and you move back, create that bridge to the European or Swedish ecosystem. And we can see several examples of that happening around us. Two examples is the battery energy storage development in Sweden. Peter Carlsson, he was in Silicon Valley, worked, came back with the knowledge, seeing what will happen in energy storage in the future, and created a gigafactory company now, Northvolt. It's the same with Enride, another company, Robert Falk. He was also in the US, understanding autonomous vehicles, trucks, coming back, starting that company. You should do the same. So combine that innovation process with trade, I think is crucial. Even in the government office, you have the Minister of Foreign Affairs working with trade, Minister of Enterprise working with business. And then you have the Minister of Education and Research working with those parts. How do we create a synergy between that? That reflects down into the whole ecosystem with an international connection. So we can go from research to business. This is actually EVA's. I like this. EVA is the Swedish Royal Academy of Science, something. They talk about research to business, and I really support EVA's idea about this. And we have a team, Sweden, with all the agencies and components out there, but we need to share a vision and put this together. So my final slide picture from this talk is, I think it's very positive what we see. It's definitely that the position of the stars for Sweden and Europe are in that perfect spot. But we need to step up. We need to accelerate to solve the global challenges. And we need to be that connector function. And we have a huge responsibility as such an innovative nations to spread the news, to collaborate more, not only for us, but for Europe and the globe. I'm very pleased to be here, and yeah, I end the discussion and hope for some questions. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Henric. That was truly inspirational. I'm sure you have questions, so let's open up for them right away. There's one over here. Let's see if we have only one person with microphone. You get a lot of running today. And as always, introduce yourself and tell us if you're representing an organization or a faculty or a company.
Yes, hello. My name is Kristina Soric Persson, and I am working in Helsingborg city. But I can't say this question relates to that city. But I was thinking about yesterday, we were talking about the role of Sweden and in the EU. And I was thinking now if we are going to be in the tier 1 or in tier 2. Do you understand? Tier 1 and tier 2?
Explain, please, for the audience. I have a grasp, but please explain.
Yeah. Maybe you could help me.
Well, the different levels of that was Lars Danielsson's introductional speech yesterday, the different tiers of the EU, the inner core, the inner tier, the second tier, and the third tier, the fourth tier being sort of all the way in different countries in the world. So the first or the second tier is pretty much the first tier, you're not in the euro. That's in terms of the currency. So I think that question relates to...
So that was the... my question is how can we play a role? Because now I see that we are experts in defense industry. We have a lot to offer. We used to be the leader of the North, and to the other countries around us call us Big Brother. And but how can we be in tier 2 now? We're going into NATO. A lot of money flows into the industry. There will be a lot of development, and we have to protect our eastern border. That will be the most crucial thing for the EU. And can we sit in tier 2 and try to be the leader of the North and be a leader for the defense industry? It seems impossible. We have to take a step forward, I think. Nobody talks about this. What is your position?
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the really difference between tier 1 and tier 2, and I unfortunately didn't listen to the presentation yesterday, but my answer to this is that
it's not only the currency, it's a little bit complex, but I think you get the picture.
So I think we have so much knowledge in this country about creating a safer and greener Europe that we should share that knowledge. But to create the future products or future innovations, we need to collaborate even more, because it's such an interdisciplinary challenge that we see that cannot be solved by anyone. But what we can offer EU and the globe is something unique. And if that ends up being in 1 or 2, I don't know, but definitely we have something to offer to create that green and safer Europe.
Thank you. Let's take more questions, please. This one here in the middle. Just pass the microphone, please. Yes, excellent.
Thank you. Beauty of collaboration, I would call it. Hello, my name is Natalia. I probably today here with the Ukrainierenu in Swedish, small organization to help Ukrainians to stand there. But my question is actually coming from more of your speech and all the emotions that it's called. Sorry, it's echoing very heavy on me. So there's many words you said about innovations, about research put it into the business, and which I think clear for us. We have lots of innovation centers in Malmö, in Lund. What I see as a tendency at those innovation centers, and actually also at academia, because I used to be PhD student, and maybe many PhD students and master students will understand me, the pain of bringing novelty and innovation, while science is also about reassuring if the previous findings was true. But to get the finances, you need to bring innovation and novelty on the table, which is like counter-scientific, if I may say so. And that brings me further in your speech about like the race that we are facing now, competing with all the market, and the business is always a race. But is there any possibility to turn it into a marathon? Because I saw those cubics of sustainability there in the corridor.
for a bit. You can do that while this gets in hand here. Oh, you're using tape. That was new.
Precaution.
Precaution.
Yeah.
That's when you're experienced in the field of moving about with your equipment. I guess tape is essential. All right, ready. Excellent.
All right. Thank you very much. You're right. I am a journalist. I don't know what you think about journalists in general, but I can tell you that I was sitting on a plane going to Denver, Colorado, from Washington, D.C. I can tell you what American politicians think about journalists. I was sitting behind these two politicians going to this political event, and I overheard one of them asking the other, well, Bob, do you know what you do if you're caught in a foxhole with Osama bin Laden, a deadly cobra snake, and a journalist? Do you know what you do? And I'm kind of leaning forward because this is very interesting, right? So you're caught in a foxhole with Osama bin Laden, a deadly cobra snake, and a journalist, and you do have a gun, but only 2 bullets. Do you know what you do? Bob, he didn't know. It's obvious, you shoot the journalist twice. So I survived, obviously. I hope I will survive here as well. Again, thank you very much for bringing me here to this fabulous event and to this city of knowledge, of science, of hospitality, and I was told of humor. So it's okay to laugh. You haven't been laughing for 2 days, right? So let's conclude this now, and I'm going to try to bring some humor into this presentation because it's a hard task. And thank you, Henric, for raising the level. It's a hard task coming in last because on this stage for 2 days there has been prominent speakers, presentations by authorities, EU experts, professors, academics. But I'm going to bring another perspective in front of you. I'm going to pretend that I represent the citizen, the man on the street. I'm a journalist, so I take that right. I'm going to take you on a journey. It's my journey. My journey focusing on the relations between Sweden, Europe, and United States. When you were like 20 years old, when you were in 20s, what did you want to be? What would you like to do with your life? I mean, I'm looking out here, and many of you are like in your 20s. So what are your goals? Well, in my case, 20-year-old, it was simple. I wanted to save the world. I wanted to save the world, so I became a journalist. And I thought this is hopefully maybe a shortcut to achieving my goal. However, we're talking about what is going to happen. Well, what is going to happen in the future? And I have a couple of disclaimers. Here's the first one. I mean, I was going to Washington, D.C. in 1989, and what is happening in the world at that time? The Berlin Wall coming down. When is this? What month? In 1989. November. Yeah. And what day? 9. Yeah. They told me this is a very clever audience. You know. Right. So who was president in the White House at that time? I mean, there have been a couple of those names, right? George Bush Sr., right? So this is very important in 1989 because everything changed for Americans. The Berlin Wall came down and the Americans' perspective and view on Europe changed dramatically. And there is a straight line from where we are today to this picture here with the president in the White House declaring, you remember, a new world order, right? I'll come back to that. I started traveling. I visited and covered 49 of the states. I went to war zones. I reported from Tiananmen Square. And here I am today. And what are we facing today? Well, you heard it so many times. So I'm just going to show you the headlines. What's happening in the Middle East is, of course, unbelievable. We have a war in Europe, and it's almost like we are forgetting the big crisis, the long-term crisis. So we're here on this stage for 2 days, talking, discussing, debating, trying to find solutions. Why? Because of our children and grandchildren. For us, it's too late. But we have to do and we have to act because we have a responsibility. And if we look, there are different lists. If you look at the challenges, well, you're familiar with them. The Davos Forum, they will list weapons of mass destruction, extreme weather, and natural disasters, climate change, and water crisis. UNESCO, they have their own list. So, the children, what are they facing? My son, my youngest son, came home one day from school. Maybe he was 9 or 10 at that time, and he asked me, have you heard about the 2 planets that meet in space? Have you heard about the 2 planets that meet in space? 2 planets meet in space. So how is it going? Well, the other planet said, no, I'm feeling ill, I have a disease. Oh, what kind of disease? It's called Homo sapiens. And the first planet goes, oh, that's no problem, I had that. It goes quickly away, never comes back. You know, my son is coming home and telling me this story. What kind of future is he facing? Well, fortunately, we have world leaders that will take us in their hand and lead us to the bright future, right? You heard about the meeting with Trump and Putin when they were out in this boat by themselves. You heard? Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, they were out in this small boat far away from shore by themselves. There was a storm, the boat sank. Who survived? Obviously, the world survived. I mean, so how should we act today? I will tell you how to act today. I think we should conclude with how should we act today. There are 3 things we can do. Everyone can do. The man on the street, the citizen, the politicians, the scientist. Everyone can do this. But first, when we ask, and we did ask world top-class scientists, politicians, Nobel Prize winners, we asked a single question: what we need most today to do. I'm going to play a tape and you're going to get an answer, and the answer is just one word. Everyone is repeating the same word. I did a film with Matthias Klum, famous camera and photographer, and this is the word that everyone told us. Maybe you recognize our faces here, and we have a chance to check the audio as well. Yeah.
Hur ska vi leva och agera idag för att överleva imorgon? De frågorna har människor ställt sig i alla tider, och de är möjligtvis ännu viktigare idag. Vi tog hjälp av några av världens ledande forskare för att få svaren. Och det var slående hur ett enda ord dominerade i svaren på frågan: vad är det världen just nu mest behöver?
Change. Change.
Change.
Change. Changes.
Change.
Change.
Change. Changes.
Dramatic changes.
Changes for human societies. Change the world.
Changes in patterns. Changes in the structure.
Change of attitude.
Change people's minds about how serious this is. Change our mind.
We need to change our minds, right? So how should we change our minds? Well, there are some hurdles. But let me take a moment and talk about these hurdles. We all have baggage that we're carrying around, whether we want or not. It's a baggage on our back that sometimes is very heavy, and we are not always conscious about it. I'm talking about prejudice, misconceptions, and stereotypical views of people and places. When I was living in Washington, D.C., I was walking home almost every day, and I was passing homeless people on my way. Homeless people with the cup in front of them. And I remember one particular walk from my downtown office. I passed DuPont Circle when the sun was going down. And there at DuPont Circle, there is lots of homeless people. And I saw this man, this big fellow, black man, standing in the corner, listening to some headphones, and his clothes were filthy, shabby. I think he only had one shoe. He was dirty. He had his cup. And he looked, you know, a little on drugs or something. And I felt so pity. So I took all my nickel coins, dimes, quarters. I approached him and I gave him everything I had in his cup. And then he kind of looked up. He stared at me and then he looked in his cup and I looked in his cup. And I realized that he was drinking coffee and enjoying some music, and the sun was going down. But he was black and he had a cup. So he had to be a beggar, right? Well, that's an anecdote, banal anecdote. But what about relations between Europe and United States? I think that we have to be aware of misconceptions and stereotypes. What is the biggest misconception Europeans have of Americans? Well, the question is interesting, and it gets even more interesting if we ask Americans about this. And we did. And this is what they say.
Common misconception. That we're all rubes, or even the folks from the countryside aren't sophisticated.
A misconception is that Americans are loud, and Americans are sort of like, kind of loud, and aren't as cultured as Europeans. And I think that's not true, because I think America is so big that there's so many different kinds of people here.
And I would invite them to come see our great High Plains states and get to know the sophisticated folks there.
They sometimes think we're worse than we are, and most of the time think that we're better than we are.
I'm sure in a lot of different countries it's kind of like a certain attitude towards Americans, but it's based on like a larger scale media perception of us, and we're not all like that.
We have this reputation of being the ugly Americans,
that we're loud, we're boisterous, we're all about ourselves. I think there was a time where that was true, but I think Americans are changing. I think they're more global in orientation. They're more culturally aware of other people, other societies. I think the image of the ugly American maybe is no longer relevant.
So if you're in Europe and you're seeing this, I'm an American and I'm cool. So we're not all like that.
No, of course they're not. But you get my point. This is something that will affect our relations, even high-stake relations. And if we turn the dice once more, what about Americans? How do they view Europeans? Well, maybe like this.
With stereotypes about people based on their food. Pretty much the only thing some Americans know about Sweden is that it's where Swedish meatballs come from. Americans who hold stereotypes of this country might also assume everyone is over 6 feet tall and blonde. They associate Sweden with IKEA. So a stereotype that some people in America have is that the Swedes all build their own furniture. Americans may know that, like other Nordic countries, Sweden is rated one of the happiest countries in the world every year. Americans hold mixed stereotypes of Germany. Some common ones are that Germans don't think their ancestors did anything wrong during World War II, which is just not true. Another stereotype is that the country is still scary and full of Nazis, which is also not true. A younger generation stereotype is that Germany is where you can flock to and rave and party all night long with no consequences. They might stereotype all Germans as clubgoers that stay out until the break of dawn. The other side of the stereotype is that all Germans drink gallons of beer and eat long links of sausages for every meal. France, to an American, might mean many different things. Some are in love with the country. Others despise it for the stereotype that all French people are snooty and look down on Americans. People who hold this stereotype also think that French people don't like Americans until they need our help in a war. A more common stereotype of French people is about the female populace, who are assumed to be very hairy and never shave. Other Americans who like the country of France hold it on a pedestal. They believe that everyone in France dresses in the latest fashion and drinks wine while eating cheese every night. An American might think the typical French person has a seductive accent and is romantic. They also experience every sparkling wine that comes out of France to be champagne. None of those stereotypes are 100% accurate. So this is another good opportunity to remind you that these are stereotypes that some Americans have.
So, the relationship between United States of America and EU and Europe and Sweden, it's changing. And we have to understand that United States is changing. What is the biggest change in the US the last 10 or 15 years? It's very important to learn about this because it will affect us all. And it's not very complicated, the answer. I interviewed 2 top American professors, Alan Lichtman and Jean Thurbo. And this is what they say, and listen carefully.
The biggest thing that's happened in America is political polarization. There's virtually no overlap between the 2 political parties. They disagree on everything. Fundamental disagreements that have polarized the country, but the people are not as polarized. The people are more moderate. So you have a huge disconnect between 2 polarized political parties at the level of the political leadership and an American public that is still very moderate.
We got the left and we got the right, and we got very few people in the middle. Secondly, we have very few people that get elected in the middle. And so we have lots of people coming from sorted areas in Congress, and they have no incentive to move to the middle, because if they move to the middle, they'll get challenged in the primary and they'll get beat.
And this is why someone like this could be elected. And during the Trump years in office, he was unrelenting in his criticism of the EU, right? And then Biden came into power and stuff changed a little bit. Europe have reacted to the situation in the United States. European countries used to believe that the US was the most important country to have a good relationship with. Today, in Europe, according to the latest surveys, there are only 3 countries that believe that the United States is the most important country to have a good relation with. Okay. 3 countries. These countries. Sweden, Poland, and Italy. And what will happen after the US election? We don't know, because we cannot predict the future. But we can anticipate, and right now, within EU, we've been talking about this today, but within the Swedish government, officials are preparing for this scenario. At the same time, we need to recognize that other islands are building, and there's no time to talk about them all, but this picture will give you the picture. And a few weeks ago, we had another top summit meeting in Washington, D.C. between EU and the United States, and the most important crucial issues were, of course, the Middle East and Ukraine. And not so many talked about what didn't happen, the trade negotiations that didn't happen. So, zooming in on Sweden and Sweden's role in terms of the transatlantic relationship, I wanted to find out, how is the Swedish government right now thinking and acting? What are their priorities? So I called my sources, 3 of them, close to the government, and on the condition of anonymity, they gave me clues. And I created a short list. The issues that are most important within the government in terms of the relationships with the United States. Security, of course. We are entering into NATO. Anything can happen, of course, and we saw the previous picture about Donald Trump challenging the United States engagement in NATO, in United Nations. Trade, of course. We heard how important trade is with the United States. Direct investments from Sweden to the United States. It's the most important country. New technology, we touched on that as well. It's high on the list. And of course, we shouldn't forget climate. Questions about the climate and sustainability. Within the Swedish government, as we speak, these are the priorities. So, to wrap things up, I think it's important when you see this picture to, at the same time, realize that there are a brighter picture. It's very, very popular to talk about that you need to keep many conflicting thoughts in your head at the same time, and I couldn't agree more. We have to remind ourselves sometimes that we are a humanity that have been able to achieve great things. Extreme poverty has plummeted, literacy skyrocketed. Life expectancy has been rising, and clean energy is getting cheaper, right? People are working more. working fewer hours. They're working less than earning more. And this is hopeful at the same time as we have these huge challenges. We are capable of acting. So how should we act? Well, I told you about 3 things. The most important first thing to do is to care. Everyone should care. If we don't care, nothing will happen. And you came here that these 2 days, you were sitting here, you're listening to me and others. Obviously, you care, so check on care. And second, once we are engaged, we're open our minds and we can learn, we can achieve great things with knowledge, right? And again, you've been sitting here, you have been getting knowledge, you have been learning. So check on that. And finally, most important, of course, is the last part, which is action. If we don't act, it's also some sort of action. We leave decision making to others. So what can you do? How can you act? Well, you can go home and you can tell people about what you learned during 2 days of interesting presentation and lectures. So I have one more disclaimer. Can I end with this one? Short story. We talked about the future, right? Predicting the future, how important technology is to rely on. It can save us, right? So I was in the United States, in South Dakota, on a small mountain, a little hill. I was taking a picture of the sunset with my crew. It was the Indian reservation, the Lakota reservation. I was standing, waiting for the sun to set. We had half an hour before the sun was setting, and we were standing with our camera, and this old Indian comes walking towards us. And he looks at us. And he's asking what we are doing, and I'm telling him, and he's just shaking his head. He said, not possible, not possible, and he walks away. And before he walks away, I ask, why is it not possible? Tonight, rain. And he walks away and it starts raining and we cannot get that shot. So the next day we're up on the hill again with the camera, and the Indian comes and he starts shaking his head, and I said, what? Is it, it's gonna rain tonight as well? No, tonight storm. He walks away and the wind takes the tripod. We cannot get the shot. The last day is our last day on location, and we need to catch a flight back to DC, so we are depending on whether or not we can take this shot, this beautiful shot. So we are there 2 hours in advance, and we're looking for the Indian. He's nowhere to be found. We need his expert advice to make this crucial decision, right? We can't find him, so we send an assistant, and he comes finally with the Indian. So tell us, how is the weather going to be? Are we going to be able to take the shot or not? And he says, don't know. Don't know. What? You've been right all the time. Don't know because radio is broken today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Folke. That was brilliant. I'm sure there are questions in the room for you right away before I pop any questions. So hand up, those of you that would like to reflect or ask a question. We're ready here with the microphone.
Or we just repeat the question if we get this fast one.
Yeah, we can do that too. Yeah. There's one in the back. She's pretty quick.
Do I stand up?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, okay. Hi. I'm kind of here as a representative of the student radio, And I would like to ask you, what advice would you give to someone who aspires to go into journalism in this like pretty harsh media climate that is right now, as well as a pretty harsh political climate?
Well, thank you and congratulations to your excellent choice. You're going to have a great time, absolutely. Well, the advice, unfortunately, it's simple and dull. Work your ass off.
Yep. That's as good as it gets, huh? Well, coming from another journalist here, it's...
Or you can, there is a shortcut. You can call up my production company and you can become an intern and we will show you everything.
that was the big 2 thumbs up over there. All right, let's see, do we have another question? You're knocked off your heels here. So Folke, there's a word that I like to talk about. It's a term. It's called cognitive dissonance. That's like basically the root of all evil in this world. You know what it is, right? You know, but you need to do something and you don't do it. And this is what happens to all the big topics in the world. That most people know that we need to do this, but it doesn't happen politically or in the domestic life or the private life. From your experience as a journalist and a world traveler and documentary filmer, can you give any good examples of when people have been able to sort of bridge that gap in a very sort of clear manner, and also how that happened? Just sort of to bring some insight in how this step could be done.
Well, unfortunately, I experience that people are prepared to take on great challenges when they are or have been suffering. Unfortunately, after a big catastrophe, you will see people helping you, lending your hand. I happened to be present shortly after the tsunami in Indonesia and in Thailand, and I was appalled how people helped each other. Even though they lost everything, they would help the person next to them. So I'm not sure if that's an answer to your question, but that's something I've noticed on my travels around the world.
And then on that note, it could be seen as hopeful that we are in such poly-crisis as we are. We're being pressured from so many angles that might be pushing us into a corner where we are more compassionate and more caring, as you indicated at the end that we need to be. Absolutely.
I think also the COVID experience is something to be considered as inspiration for how a society, how countries, how people can act and mobilize and achieve something that is helpful.
Thank you, Folke. Stay put. We are now bringing up 2 students on the stage. They've been sort of listening in during these 2 days. And Axel Fegiant and Rebecka Carlsson, please give them a warm hand. I'd like to get them reflections. And of course also Henric. Your computer is not taped on any longer, right? It feels like we're so distant, so let's maneuver a bit about not making the water spill. Here we go. This is nicer. We're together. All right. So Axel and Rebecka, please tell us, what do you study, first of all?
We're doing the master's program in European Affairs here in Lund, doing our first year, so we started in September. And we also work on the side for the Center for European Studies, also at university.
Great. And we gave you a pretty big task to sit in and sort of, listening on as many sessions as possible to share your perspective. So Rebecka, starting with you, what would you say are your main takeaways from these 2 days?
I believe during these past 2 days, we have discussed many of the challenges the EU currently face. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, climate change, rising tensions with China, democratic backsliding, and the upcoming enlargements, only to name a few. And one might ask, how will the EU actually tackle these challenges? After all, there are 27 member states with different perceptions and opinions. which would make it more difficult to agree. But I believe this is what is so special about the EU. The member states tend to agree. And this is because the EU is much more than a crisis management corporation. The EU is, to use Lars Danielsson's words, a legal cooperation. And this cooperation between the member states rests on a mutual interest, that the EU's common rules will be respected across the Union. So although there are many things where the member states may have divergent views, there are many more things where they have common interests. And this is what has been discussed during these couple of days, how we're going to tackle these challenges, which is what I will take with me for the future.
And did you get more sort of energy and ambition to continue your studies or not? This is a very leading question.
No, absolutely.
I thought so. So Axel, your main takeaways.
Yeah, I can only agree with Rebecka. These 2 days have been very, very interesting, and it's an honorable experience to meet all of these interesting people that have various experience with the EU and other issues. My main takeaway, I think, is that it's so important to have these kind of events where we invite students, invite panel discussants, invite citizens to understand the practical side of the EU. Students, it can be quite frustrating to only read about the EU from a theoretical perspective, and coming here to learn about the practical side of why certain things do not work or why they work has been very, very interesting to learn about. So I think what I take away from these 2 days is that more events from the EU and more information about the EU to the citizens.
So Axel, in a few years when you finish your studies, where would you like to be?
Big question.
Don't be shy.
No. We talked about this yesterday with Rebecka and today as well, that doing our kind of studies, it's a change on a weekly basis. You go from one topic to the other. And
that sounds familiar, yeah.
So my answer today may not be the same tomorrow, but I think today I would like to work with diplomacy within the EU and Africa. Work with trade relations, with foreign policy.
Quite specific.
Yeah.
Interesting. And Henric, how about you?
No, I always aspire to become a diplomat, so that would definitely be a dream of mine. But I'm also interested in innovation and energy questions, so hopefully maybe in that field.
Yeah. Excellent. We have seen statistics, not yours. You had many interesting numbers, and so did you, Folke, but we know that Sweden is underrepresented when it comes to staff, staff, manning desks in the EU system. And you might be ending up there. Sounds like they could be in one of other aspects, very plausible. But from your perspectives, Henric and Folke, how do we sort of entice? I mean, EU Days is a good way because hopefully you students are more inclined to pursue a career in the EU system, but we have all lived longer than these guys over there, obviously. So, any good advice for the system to be more approachable, to be more interesting for young Swedish people to set their focus on?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm happy to hear that you have this, global interest, and in a diplomatic cycle, highly recommend being a diplomat. So first of all, that is fantastic that you keep that as your focus. But to be more representative in the EU, we have a challenge, as you mentioned, and I like numbers. I heard yesterday that in Finland, actually, out of 29 people retire in the Commission, in the Brussels administration, we only recruit 3. And I think it's Finland, and I think that's the same for Sweden.
Yeah,
so it is a challenge, and why is that? And I definitely think that when we more understand how important it is that we come together when it comes to create policies and legislation, it has to be done in a European way. It cannot be for each member state to decide that, because the challenges are borderless. So I think based on that, and what we learned during those days here now, is crucial for us to recruit the next generation in the EU administration.
Folke, your
well, yeah, I can add that I think storytelling is very important. I'm a true believer in storytelling, and the story about the importance of engaging in the EU has not been fully told. And who should tell this story? Well, it's a question about communicating better what goes on. It's a question about who is representing Sweden right now and how well they are able to break through in media and tell us about challenges and achievements. And of course, it's us in the press and the media as well that tend not to prioritize EU, generally speaking. And that's been the case always, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
From a journalistic perspective, I absolutely agree with you. It's a sort of a very different focus on internal politics and international politics, but the EU politics, and that scene is not really represented. And of course, also a message to all of you sitting here and all of you watching: share the link from the recording. There might be somebody who would like to know more about the EU and the content of the EU Days that could pursue a career together with you two.
Definitely.
In a few years. The overarching theme here for these 2 days, of course, is Sweden's role in the EU and also EU's role in Sweden from the perspective of the lens through a sustainability lens and security lens. So turning to you first here, what do you say is the most important role for Sweden in the EU and vice versa? It's a big question, but just a few comments.
Yeah, very difficult question. I think that for me, EU's role in Sweden is aiding Sweden in maintaining the forefront, being forefront at the climate change agenda, being at the forefront of innovation and business, being at the forefront of other important issues, and with financial aid, but also other type of relations with other countries from the EU membership. So I think EU plays a really important role in keeping Sweden's prominent position in the global world. And for Sweden in the EU, I think that Sweden has a very strong soft power, and I think it's sometimes larger than we realize. So I would say that Sweden plays an important role in upholding EU's democratic values and humanitarian values, and I hope to see that Sweden plays an important role for Poland's potential transition towards a democratic state.
Thank you, Alex. Erika?
I can only add to that that we're students, we read a lot of course literature, and usually it's described that Sweden is a reluctant member state. And as Ylva mentioned earlier today, we usually say no. And I don't know if, I truly believe that now this spring, when Sweden held the presidency, I think we experienced a shift. I mean, Sweden showed that it has a great potential for building coalitions with other member states. And for example, the Swedish presidency, which we have covered, promoted long-term competitiveness. And my hope is that Sweden will continue to take on this role and raise its voice and continue to promote initiatives just like that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Erika. Folke.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, of course, I kind of hope there will be
very smart. I mean,
there's nothing to add.
Still, he was just like
there's nothing to add. No, but I was thinking, but I kind of hope there would be maybe a new discussion about the euro.
We touched upon it yesterday a little bit, but
yeah. Because I think regardless of what your position is, the discussion or maybe a referendum would be very interesting and bring all these issues up automatically. And there would be, I think, something to cover for the media.
That would be a big meaty bone to chew into, right. For sure. Your perspective.
Yeah, I can only echo the other speakers, but I see Sweden and the Nordics as a region, a country of inspiration, that we can actually show that we can go, what I talked about previously, from research to business, and show that we have an impact based on the groundbreaking research and innovations that we produce. And of course it has to be open and transparent, and we need to do that in collaboration with the other member states and create and put in funding and receive funding. We need to be much better at applying for competence and funding within the EU system. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all four. Before I let all of you go, I guess there's a message. Vote for the elections in the spring, in June, and there might be, who knows, another event here about the EU. There was a very strong incentive from Los Danielsson yesterday. See how that lands in the all these business of arranging events. It's a lot of work, but don't forget to vote in the ballot in the spring, and share the recordings for people that might want to know more about what happened during these 2 days if they weren't able to be here, and keep up your interest in the EU, and we'll probably meet again next year, I hope, if not in spring, next fall. And thank you so much, Henric and Axel, for joining us here. It's been fantastic to have your perspective on these 2 days. So thank you. You will get chocolates when you leave the stage. Just keep up the good work for climate neutral, safe and transparent and friendly Europe. Thank you, Henric. Thank you, Folke. Thank you, Rebecka. And thank you, Axel.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.